Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to round one of the first ever ERA and RaceFace.Pro Endurance Championship at the beautiful circuit of Misano. A 3.4 kilometer corner circuit with 16 corners that opened up in 1972 that has been home to some phenomenal racing out on two wheels and out on four wheels. Now is home for the first ever dual hosted ERA and RaceFace Endurance Championship. And I know for some people it doesn't really matter, but for me it really does. This is being broadcasted out on both the ERA channel and RaceFace.Pro. So we are really stretching the boundaries and getting out there. But with that being said, let's head down to the track as our drivers are making their way around. They've done qualifying, and now we look to see who's starting the race. And out on circuit, our drivers maneuvering their way around the track, getting themselves all sorted out. First place is going to be the Fear the Bones team of David Roth with Griffin Sim Racing Pro in second place. Bego Krobler is in third with Herman Wittner lying in fourth. We've got Chris Heineke in fifth place. Christian Fengler along with Lucas Collab. Abdel Pretorius for the ATS Motorsport team is getting chased down by Midnight Racing Endurance. Track Tool team a little bit further down with AKKA ASAP team. Very deep to see behind the wheel of that one. Then we've got Team HSC followed by Ravenous Motorsport Enduro. And a new name, Sitha Kumar, Kishkor Kumar, Manic Motorsports in 14th with our RAV AMRK. A little bit further down, Griffin Sim Racing team going to be having a bit of fun out there. Chris Griff of XTR Limited. We are sitting with 26 cars starting. We had 36 sign up. A couple could not be here tonight to go and race with us. But that being said, we have got drivers from all corners of the globe ready to go racing. And it is absolutely wonderful to have everyone out in the virtual grandstands. And welcome to everyone from around the world on ERA, on RaceFace.Pro, as we get ready to go for the green. It's 6 hours of racing, GT3 action, with drivers across the world, South Africa to India. We've got them all. As we make our way around the final corner, it's going to be Fear the Bones with the advantage into turn one, and Griffin Sim Racing team will be chasing down in second place. Lined up, ready to go. Who is going to have the momentum as we get rolling? David Roth gets a jump on Jason Farmer, who then suddenly has Bego Krobler coming in for the inside. Oh, contact between Farmer and with Bego Krobler, threw him down the field. And unfortunately, a little bit of elbow to elbow there. As you do see, Krobler's able to get going. Lucas Collab had to take evasive maneuvers as well, as that was not quite the turn one that they needed. And 6 hours of racing is getting a little bit rough on cold tires. Lucas Collab all over the back of Bego Krobler, as it's going to be David Slater who's managed to slide his way up into 7th position as he tries to guard the line down the inside. Immediately, Bego Krobler trying to look to go around. It's going to look for the inside, backed out of it. Immediately had to pull back in and trying to get themselves going a little bit further down. We got Full Yun, who had a little bit of a problem. Oh, that's Dylan Prodigy going and landing up. Turned around. Jacob Bull Blankenship a little bit further down as well. And Michael Hassenbrook going and getting caught out in an early accident. Dylan Prodigy coming back after doing some real-world testing. And now, unfortunately, not having quite what he wanted for the start of the endurance. But no one fearing for our top runner, David Roth, the Fear of the Bones, opening up a 1.8 second gap to the Extreme Sim Racing team, sporting a new livery specially for the Endurance Championship. A nod to the South African Police Force. And it's wonderful to see him going and sporting that out. So Herman's driving behind the wheel of that car. Then we got Avenger Pretorius of the ATS Motorsport trying to close up and holding on for third place. Witness hits a fast lap of a 38.0. The rest of the field now starting to find their groove and get going once again. So absolutely wonderful, wonderful stuff to see how the drivers are going to navigate their way through. We still got some very close action amongst the pack no one really giving up an inch as Keegan Bowen looks down the inside of Kerry Duplessis and outbreaks himself. Kerry goes and immediately retakes the position. The Mercedes says, no thank you, I am a true V8 and I'm going to ditch the Mustang and get away from it. But Keegan Bowen's not going to take that one lying down and goes instantly back on the charge. Jaco Nadir out in the BMW closing up. He is the only 6-cylinder engine amongst this 4-car battle between the Mercedes, Mustang, and Aston Martin that's hounding him as well. Lucas Collab trying to get past likes of Slater ahead of him, and Slater's making it a little bit of a tough time. Looked to the outside, couldn't quite get it, but instantly back into the charge. So for a start, some might say not quite what they want to have. For others, well, it's one that they have to race with. It's 6 hours worth of racing, and we've got 2 cars in the pits. Michael Hassenbrook and Strobel into the pits. Says, where on earth is Slater going? The track tool team going and investigating the side, and well, that was a sand pit there. Had to bring the shovels instead of our lawnmowers to sort out the grass. But now, right behind Lucas Collab, the two will follow suit up against one another. Jason Farmer trying to tuck and dive his way back up through the field. He's gotten past the likes of Wayne Nell of the Unity Esports as they continue on their drive. As our drivers trying to get going. And do apologise for a slight interruption there. It seems to be a bit of an interesting time out on ACC at the moment. Pretorius trying to keep onto the back of Wepner, pushing a little bit harder, seeing where exactly they can move forward as well, with a couple of teams needing a bit of work on their side. So absolutely going on. And to answer the question, I'm sitting in a sling, so one-handing it at the moment. One-arm bandit. But I appreciate Tennis Porter going and saying how's it. He's supporting the Pandacity team. And one of the drivers of the Pandacity team, much like our Griffin Sim Racing team, out in full force, and the Extreme Sim Racing team as well. Just so many incredible teams and spectators joining us, but unfortunately one person that's not having fun, Jaco Nadir, landing up in the dirt. Let's quickly go back about 30 seconds to see what happened to Jaco Nadir. That was a reason for him to visit the sandpit. So Jason Farmer looked towards the inside, pulled back, not wanting to fight it out, and Nadir trying to blow bubbles at the moment, keeping an eye on the mirror. The BMW got a little bit squirmy on the power, tried once again, did the rear snap out underneath him, trying to close, and slightest of nudges, and okay, just didn't quite turn out. Jason Farmer went and clipped the rear of Jaco Nadir's car, and unfortunately that created a concertina effect. Graham Kelly went into the back of Jason Farmer, which went and exacerbated the problem right there. But he's up and going as Chris Kriff managing to lose our position, as Kishore Kumar going and running up into 18th. A little bit of damage on the front of that Aston Martin, but all the way out from India, and we welcome Kishore Kumar. And it's absolutely wonderful to have you guys back out on track, as we do see Danville Blankenship and Dylan Prudgy running close to one another. They're going to keep going and pushing a little bit hard. We do have, unfortunately, one car in the pits, and that's Lucas Galliant of the Rensport Nords, who is in pit lane. Struble back out on circuit, the Draper Racing Arc, hoping to make up some time after a bit of a disastrous start to their 6R. Michael Hassenbrook as well, back onto the circuit after his disastrous run. So, I mean, this is turning into a bit of a manic situation at the moment for the start of the 6R. We haven't even hit the 10-minute mark, and a couple of drivers already burning through their tires. And that brings me on to what the rules and regulations are, folks, because man, oh man, we've got to talk about this. Drivers have restricted tires amounts. In other words, you've got to be absolutely on the money to ensure that you keep moving forward. You've got 6 rounds, you're restricted on how many tires you're going to use, and you can't burn through all your sets too early on. Many of these drivers are going to be focusing on what they can do to keep themselves going, and how exactly are they going to move forward. I mean, this is going to be a proper chase up and down through the order, but it is a long climb for a couple. Jason Farmer being one of them that has to try and gently move his way back up through the order, and see where exactly he is going to come out on top. Oh, we got Marcos Bixial all the way out from Spain. Root Hypersports now keeping a bit of pressure on Daniel Fadbender from Team Vix Bartel out from Germany, the VRT team, hoping that they're going to keep on a stellar run, and the drivers going and moving forward. And we do see a couple of drivers running into a bit of a problem, Daniel being one of them, unfortunately getting a little unsettled and losing a little bit of time. Kieran Harris trying to move forward for the Midnight Racing Endurance team, and I know there's a bit of talk about the livery going and having a bit of a problem. And we have gone and synced with Awesome Sim liveries, Awesome Sim liveries, and unfortunately it's not turning out to what they wanted to have, and unfortunately the livery is not there, but we will make sure next time and see what goes on. Christian Fengler trying to get a little bit of a run as he's getting pressure from Bego Frobler out in the Lamborghini this time. Hasn't been in a mid-engine car for quite some time. Bego Frobler joining up with a Team Wolf, aka Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport. So it's a bit of a joint venture between the likes of Team Wolf, which has got Bego Frobler. It's got I forgot all the names really. Try and pull that up on our listing. But wonderful to see the drivers giving it that extra little bit of pep in the step to try and move forward. And Moscow Motorsport going to Henry Platt, who's behind the wheel of that car, hoping that it can make a big workout up and down through the order, and who can be at the sharp end of the order come the end of the race. It is a tough time out there, but with 6 hours of racing, everyone just has to concentrate on what they can do to make it work in their favor, and how exactly they're going to do it. Chris Heineke under a bit of pressure as he's trying to get the run for Griffin Sim Racing team. Chris Heineke teamed up with brother Rern Heineke as they will be fighting their way forward and hoping to stay on the solid charge up through the order. We've got a couple of drivers here that are solo, 2-man, and also going into 3-man, as we do see Chris minding out of the way to try and avoid having Strubal's car going and fouling up. And a good thing to Chris Strubel, he's trying to keep that 715 car in check at the moment, and hoping that it's going to just see it through to the end. Unfortunately, been a little bit of a rough start for his start of the 6 hour, but not completely out of it as yet. So Strubel hoping to move up through the order, see where exactly they fit in. Now, as we start getting in towards the first 10 minutes of this race done, drivers trying to figure out what is going to be the big plan here, as now it starts to go from charging up through the order, which we still see 5th, 6th, 7th all fighting it with one another, and cannot counter a 4th place of Chris Heineke, who is the cork in the bottle over here, trying to keep himself going, and we'll be trying to figure out what is the game plan between them, as the rest of the drivers starting to just get a little bit more settled in and see where exactly they're going to fight. Jakub Nadir trying to look around the outside, swings the car around, unfortunately ain't gonna work, as Marcos managing to get by. Marcos Batelli of the 21 car going and having an easy move through. Graham Kelly trying to move up through the order as well. Will be trying everything possible to stay in the fight. So it's good to see the drivers still giving it that big push through and trying to see where exactly they are going to come out by the end of this race. It's going to be absolutely a long, brutal one. 6 hours behind the wheel of these mad machines is not one to sneeze about. It is going to be a hard push for all the drivers to keep making their way forward, and we will be chatting to a couple of the drivers as well during the course of the race, so we do invite drivers and teams to come and have a chat to us in our interview room if you're not behind the wheel, so we can get a little bit of an insight of what's happening out there. Keegan Bowen trying to go down the inside of Slater, the two of them first time ever coming to blows. David Slater not to be caught out, managed to get the run out of the corner, but Keegan Bowen, the defending Pro-Am champion here in RaceFace.Pro, now trying to have a look at where he can move forward. Takes a dive down the inside, but it's going to be David Slater around the outside with BMW, able to control the understeer and get the run on the Mustang as they still remain side by side into the right-hander. Quick turn, and right behind them, Jason Farmer is sitting behind. Jason Farmer is going to be a solo driver here tonight, and he's going to be ensuring that he can follow his way through. It is sim time, 10:30 in the morning, so expected to get a lot hotter than you think, as the Keegan Bone once again going for the take on Slater. Does swing around the inside. Slater stuck to the outside, unfortunately ran out wide. Gonna have to bring it back in immediately. Farmer capitalizing on that mistake, takes a dive, and now wants to see where he can move forward. So wonderful to see our Griffin Sim Racing Pro driver try and make his way back up after a horrendous start, but is not getting out of the fight just as yet as they fight for on-track position. There is no classes in this race, so everyone is in the exact same running. It's GT3 running up and down through the order. There is no Pro, Pro-Am, and Am classes, but you still have an opportunity to run your way to the top as it's a team championship. You got to try and make it work out for you. Graham Kelly, along with Daniel Fadbender and Chris Krief, trying to close up that little bit of time. Krief down in 18th position. At the moment, everyone just keeping themselves going, not focusing on too hard of a drive right now, not pushing too hard. They're hoping to have a stellar run up and down through the order. The question is, who's going to be able to take the run through? Who's going to be able to move up through the order, and who's going to stay at the sharp end? Now, we do have a couple of problems going on where drivers are not very happy with some contacts, but they are trying to drive through it. Jason Farmer trying to keep Slater at bay. Unfortunately, it is going to be Keegan Bowen who's able to straight line him in that Mustang. The side draft didn't quite work out, and now Keegan Bowen trying to keep that Ravenous Motorsport big Mustang in check at the moment, and is instantly fouling up Jason Farmer, who is absolutely hunting him down for everything right now, hoping that he can be involved with it. Now, for Keegan Bowen, he's going to have his teammate Benjamin Till keeping right onto the back of him, and Benjamin Till will be the spectator. He will be watching, giving a bit of an overview and talking about what the time differences between each of the drivers are, and that's going to make a monstrous run between them. Now, to catch you up on some problems of what happened at the start, there was a few contacts. One of them is Beggar Frobler and Jason Farmer had a little bit of contact early on. Then it was Michael Hassenbrook Strobel going and running into one another, having it Dylan Prudgy as well getting involved in that knock that threw him down the order. So a couple of drivers unfortunately sharing a fair amount of paint early on in this race, and now trying to just see it through to the end. They will be keeping an eye on what's happening. So our drivers will be keeping a solid run. Graham Kelly going and trying to catch up to Marco Baxelli ahead of him, and Marco not backing down from the fight immediately. Daniel trying to see if he can peer down the inside of the Aston Martin. Marco runs out wide. Graham Kelly's got the run on him, trying to see if he can give it that last little bit of a run through. Going to be a late on the anchors, throw it down the inside. Is it going to work? He's going to try as we jump on board with the Aston Martin driver, who's going as hard as he can. He's pushing to try and make up some time here, but it's turning into a monstrous run, with each of our drivers hoping to have a solid move up through the order. A little bit of side by side, a little bit of touching. Oh, big contact, huge contact between the two. And unfortunately, Graham Kelly parked off in the middle of nowhere. It was Marco who landed up in the dirt, but it's Daniel Kuthra all getting a run up through the order. And unfortunately, ran a little bit too close to the flame, and that was all she wrote there. That now has swapped out those positions. Not how they wanted it to happen, but definitely not what they had in plan. So definitely a look down the inside. Didn't quite pay off for Graham Kelly. Well, you got to try and add some little bit of comedy where you can. Graham Kelly, unfortunately, is going to be going and kicking himself on that one. Back up towards the top, though. Begor Krobler and Christian Fengler having a go at one another, trying to see where exactly they move forward in this race. And Christian Fengler managing to hold a bit of a defense at the moment, but not quite catching up to Kieran Harris up in the front, as Kieran Harris for the Midnight Racing Endurance team out there in the BMW, trying to maintain the pace. Chris Heineke a little bit further up the road, and then we've got Evadri Pretorius of the ATS Motorsport team going and working their way up through the order as well. I've got a question. Is this the South African ATS Motorsport team that is out on track? It's possibly Chandra Pretorius and Heinz Bose. Yes, it is. This is the ATS car, with Heinz Bose going to be behind the wheel of it soon, along with Chandra Pretorius and Evandre Pretorius joining up. So wonderful to see ATS, a wonderful racing brand, coming and joining us here. And absolutely fantastic. Wow. I always knew that Heinz sat with a Simric, but it's good to see that he's going to be out on the track. Question is, he's going to have to work with his teammates very smartly, and especially work on tyre deg, because for anyone that knows Masano knows that this is a track that's heavy on the tyres and also gets rather warm out on the track towards the afternoon, which we will expect quite a number of drivers starting to feel that. Unfortunately for Marco, he landed up in the dirt yet again and lost out to Chris Reef and Graham Kelly, who managed to come on by. Marco, unfortunately, with a bit of damage to his car, trying to recover after getting tipped a little bit, but still out of the track, giving it that last bit of push to see what he could do for his stint. Some drivers are going to be considering to have a single stint. Some going to be opting for double stints. I know a couple of drivers have been weighing it up right before the start of the race of what they're going to do. No actual times on where it's going to slide in of a single stint versus double stint, and it's all running on how they feel. Now, with drivers around the multiple parts of the world, we've got some from America, which are into the early mornings for themselves. We've got others from the European side and Africa, where we're walking into the nighttime side. We've got from the likes of India, where it is stark of the night. Drivers are battling their way through. It's good to see a number of drivers right around the world being part of this incredible joint effort by RaceFace.Pro and along with ERA, Endurance Racing Championship, and ERA part of the Evolution Racing Academy that races on a weekly basis along with RaceFace.Pro. ERA mainly has a Sunday championship which runs on Sundays, 7 o'clock BST, and RaceFace.Pro runs ACC on Thursdays for their championship as well, the weekly championships that come into play. It's wonderful to have you guys all here as we are keeping an eye on all the action. We're going to be live right through the full 6 hours worth of racing. You get to see all the action and not miss out a single beat, as we will also be having a chat to our drivers when they come through to the interview room, just to go and get an idea of how their race is going, what the plans are, and moving forward. Jason Foreman so far has set the fastest lap time of the race with a 1:34.1, and continuing to try and bring himself back up towards the top. The last times in the 1:34s is David Roth and Herman Whipner, who are currently holding on to first and second. They're running 1:34s. The rest of the drivers behind them, likes of Pretorius, Heineke, Harris, and Fengler, are all sitting in the 1:35s. Begor Krobler also was sitting in the 1:34. He's now gone to a 1:35.6, so he's backed off by Christian Fengler onto the back of Kieran Harris and trying to see where exactly he can get past the Midnight Motorsports at the moment. Absolutely hunting left and right, trying to see if it's going to be an easy opt-in or is it going to be a difficult one out at the moment. And Fengler not losing that little bit of drive. Kieran Harris, so trying to move up through the order, continues to look in his rearview mirror to find out that now Begor Krobler has got the run, and now looking to get past the Lamborghini. He looks to the outside and a little bit of a leading on there as Fengler not allowing it to happen. And immediately a little bit of a feather on the throttle as Begor Krobler had to try and get the rear back into check for the BMW. And once again, late on the brakes, trying to swing it around out wide, looking for the cut back. Just couldn't quite get the drive. Christian Fengler was able to hold that solid line and make sure it's not going to happen. Absolutely monumental run, but our drivers up and down through the field, having a brawl. The closest of the fight, so, is what we're seeing currently on screen between the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport car and the likes of the Track Tool team in the 31, trying to get a solid run. Each of them needing to push that a little bit more, see where exactly they can stay involved into the fight. Now, taking a look over to the virtual grandstands, we do have Rudy Fenter going and saying, how's it? And he's from the console side of racing. Recently moved to a new team and was part of the Logistical Nightmare Racing sim racing team. It's good to have you back in here. Ulrich Diaga as well for the Griffin sim racing side, saying how's it. He's going and putting in support for a number of drivers in the race here tonight, including Chris Heineke, who's fighting out for third place at the moment. Evandri Pretorius of the ATS Motorsport trying to get that little bit of a run out of the corner. And Pretorius not having the easy time as, Chris Heineke going and abusing a little bit of track limits there. It's going to pick up a one drive. Now, there is track limits that comes into play, but it's not gone and shared to just that driver. If you go and land up having track limits abused a number of times, so you got 3 chances, you'll get a warning, you'll get told don't do it, then it wouldn't be the wooden spoon, it wouldn't be the plucky, it wouldn't even be the belt. Our stewards are more than happy to hand you a drive-through penalty, which is a smack between the ears of note around here at Misano. They can throw you down the order, but you can pick up 2 warnings, leave your teammate for the 3rd and final one, and they can land up with a drive-through. We have seen it in the past, both at ERA and at RaceFace, that has gone and told it all, as we do see Kieran Harris bailing down the order, ran out a bit wide there, and that's cost him a bit of time. Immediately, Fengler, Krobler, and now Harris has to try and make up some time. Pretorius continues to open up that little bit of drive. Lucas Collett of the Track Tool team trying to see if he can close up to his fellow sister's car up at the top. That is a little bit of no man's land at this stage of the game, having to play a little bit of catch-up. Out further back, Daniel Finnerbender trying to keep himself going, as we do have a little bit of a blip coming in. There's Lucas Galliant, who unfortunately gets stuck into the wall, and went and lost the rear of that car, unfortunately spiked him into the wall, and he's having to pick up the pieces of his race. Kishore Kumar, Seth Kumar, hoping to get themselves going. Currently on the Manic Motorsports team, they are fighting out Yako Nadir, a little bit further up the road from them. All the way out from India, going and having a brilliant shot at one another. Good to see them having some fun out there and representing their country. The Manic Motorsports team, not one to be lying on their laurels. They are going to be looking to move up. So Kishore Kumar will be the driver behind, and will be hoping to keep a solid run. They started P15, they're down to 16th, and they're trying to put on that little bit of a chase to see what exactly they can move through. Team HSC is the BMW that they are chasing down, with Yako Nadir behind the wheel. Yako is going to be driving with Martin Rotenbach in the team, and hoping that he can get a solid run all the way through, not to be caught out and landing up, sliding down the order. He wants to ensure keeps a solid run. Further up, there you go, Krobler trying to keep a bit of pressure at the moment after seemingly making a mistake, and that's brought Lucas Collett up in the order. So in the short time we got the Thanos blip, we've seen a bit of a change in position up top. So we'll try and get an idea of what exactly happened to the 222 that cost him so much time and allowed Lucas Collett, the 30 car, to get on by. Unfortunately, it is Wayne Nell who's gone and turned around. The Unity Esports not pointing in the right direction now, having to just get himself going, gently waiting for the field to come through, allowing them to take the apex, and then goes on. Good to see Wayne Nell, great in terms of track awareness, not to be caught out. So a couple of drivers giving it that little bit of a go and landing up, trying to figure out what can they do. Bego Krobler looks down the inside of Lucas Collett, trying to make it work. Collett gonna really give him the run as the 2 BMWs go. Collett giving it a great run, keeps Bego Krobler at bay, and what a drive it was around the outside, not wanting to get caught out, and continues on a solid run. But Bego Krobler going and keeping his nose right in it at the moment, seeing if he could try and get past. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get the exit the way he wanted. You saw that little bit of a snap oversteer come into play, and Lucas is going to be absolutely loving it right now, keeping a very close eye on what can happen. As we take a look off the side, you can see a far better exit coming in for Lucas Collard of the Track Tool team. And on the side of the car, the Cancer Research UK. That was after the Drive for Dean event, where all proceeds went to the Cancer Research UK. And once again, a huge thank you to all that attended that spectacular event hosted by ERA. And the Drive for Dean always is one to go and show off some great efforts, and also showing in a bit of a charity effort from sim racing. RaceFace.Pro, we've also done the same, going and having charity events. ERA has their annual Drive for Dean that has always been going for quite a bit of time. Wonderful to have there. As we do see a bit of a problem coming in. This is Querbus Mainhunt, the Honda team Motul, going and landing up in the dirt, and unfortunately getting a little bit dusty out there in 20th position. We'll have to try and pick up some time. Graham Kelly into the bits. So the RAV AMR getting itself sorted out and trying to figure out what exactly is going on. They'll have to keep a very close eye on what they are going to do. Chris Heineke trying to keep a solid drive in at the moment as he holds on for 4th place, but looking at 3rd with the ATS Motorsport team just ahead of them, trying to get past and see where exactly can he get involved in this fight. It's going to be a tough time indeed for them to really work their way up in the order. And ultimately, it's going to be, right, what do we need to do to try and move forward? How are we going to stay at the sharp end of the field for the ATS Motorsport? They will be keeping a foot on the gas all the way through, while the Griffin Sim Racing team can quite easily just sit in the slipstream and pull themselves along. But with Christian Fengler, the Track Tool team, the 31 Lambo, now going and putting a little bit of pressure on, that might be less likely to just coast it into corners and cost them a bit of time. Jason Farmer back up into 9th position at the moment and pulling in a 34.1 as his quickest lap time. He's managed to get a 34.2 on his last lap time. He is a solo driver though, and that's going to make life a little bit more interesting as he's joining onto the back of this train. Immediately, Bego Krobler is in front of him. Farmer hoping to try and see if he can go down the inside. Fortunately, he couldn't quite get it done. Bego Krobler is going to be watching him very cleanly in the mirrors here. For Farmer, it's all about a hard drive back, but also he hasn't got any rest during the 6 hours. Bego Krobler has got 2 other drivers he can rely on once he climbs out of the car to go and get some rest and come back in. Let's keep up the solid fight. Lucas Collard and Kieran Harris trying to also keep their bit of momentum, but it's David Roth out in the front in 1st place. The Fear the Bones driver continuing to open up the gap, getting a little bit squirrely on the exit as he's trying to get away from the Extreme Sim Racing team of Herman Wepner behind the wheel at the moment. And as they are hoping to keep a solid run at this stage of the game, not wanting to lose out that little bit of time. And also in some special colours here tonight for the endurance. They got Herman Wepner, Rick Thomas and Chris Biermester behind the wheel. And for those that missed out on a stellar ERA Sunday Championship that has gone by, our last round was at Alton Park. It was Chris Biermester that got his 1st ever podium win and was quite happy about that. He managed to not only go and get himself into the top 3, but win the category and fight out against Bego Krobler, against Henry Platt, Herman Wepner, and he was fighting for on-track position. So Chris Biermester is going to be carrying a lot of momentum into the championship for the start of the ERA Raceface Endurance Championship for 2026. And it's absolutely phenomenal to see how many drivers are going and having some fun. Daniel Fedbender driving into the pits. He's getting himself sorted out. Team VRT will be getting some work done to their car. Question is, are they going to keep going? Chris Criff, a little bit further back of the XTR Limited team, are hoping to go and keep themselves going. Chris Criff is joined with Petrus Kutsi and Johan van der Sheriff to keep themselves going. Scaife. Apologies. Bit of Afrikaans catching me out. Another good one that's been coming through in the WRT colours, the McDonald's colours, is most certainly Dylan Prudgie, as he's trying to make his way up through the order. He's also had a little bit of a shocking start where the car got a little bit of horrendous damage to it, parked off into the dirt, got himself going, and now slowly but surely trying to bring himself back into contention, and will be concentrating on the race at the moment. Hopefully not going and having too many, well, how can I put this? Too many McDonald's with him. He's joined by Donovan Lair behind the wheel, so they are in the, it says Team WRT, but it's actually a logistical nightmare racing car with Dylan Prudgie and Donovan Lair behind the wheel. Dylan Prudgie coming in from Cape Town has got real world track tin top experience. Donovan Lair has not got real world track experience, but is the admin for logistical nightmare racing out on console, and has been trying his hand more and more into PC. Oh, unfortunately, we got our first drive through, and that is going to Daniel Fedbender. Unfortunately, too quick out of the pits, too quick off the button, and that means he has got to serve a drive through, adding yet another pit stop to their race, and will be trying to pick up the pieces of where exactly they're going to have to move forward here. These are all some difficult times, and drivers are going to be thinking, all right, what do I need to do to try and keep myself going? What is going to be the plan ultimately, and as a team, what are the suggested ideas that we got moving forward? So they've got to drive through to serve to get themselves back out towards the top. Back towards the top though, the Nissan GTR getting absolutely mobbed, as that is Bill Blankenship minding out of the way, as immediately Victorious, Heineke, Fengler and Harris go and keep pressure on one another. Lucas Collab, Jason Farmer and Begor Krobler running all three in tow as well, came bailing on by. Blankenship unfortunately landed up into the dirt and trying to pick up the pieces all the way out from the USA, and the Bulwarks Motorsport not to be caught out. And for those the USA, for a Memorial Day that's passed, wish you well on that one, and to all our US competitors on their racing. Chris Kriff trying to get going with Kuchkor Kumar right on to the, seeing that Kriff is all over the back of him, and our out from India driver not to lose a bit of time. He's going to be trying to figure out what is going to be the best way to move forward, and absolutely great to see. This is going to be a monumental run for our drivers to figure out what is going to be the game plan here. Where exactly can they move forward? So far, though, it is Pretorius that leads out Heineke. They were coming up to the next car to get involved in that fight, and that's going to be Querbus Mainhart out in the Acura or the Honda NSX, depending on which part of the world you're in, the Acura / Honda NSX. It will be the next one to see them in the mirrors, and immediately Pretorius, who's running in third place, does not want to get fouled up here. He will be absolutely hunting, while Querbus going and slowing the car down, looks towards the left-hand side to allow them to come through. He does allow Pretorius to come through. Heineke trying to guard the racing line as Fengler spikes his way through. Oh, contact between the two. Man, oh man, it was just a big look down the inside. Unfortunately, both not yielding to that. Let's quickly take a look at the replay of what exactly happened between Christian Fengler and the likes of Chris Heineke. So, coming out of the final corner, Fengler got the drive, got the momentum, immediately pulled into the slipstream, and that started bringing him in towards the fight. Looked for the inside, he got sighted out on the braking, and unfortunately that little bit of contact costing him both a position and two as they fall down. There was a hand back from Christian Fengler to Chris Heineke. Saying sorry about that, not quite exactly what I wanted to have, as we do see Wayne now unfortunately parked up in the dirt, is able to get going. But Jason Farmer managing to sneak yet another two positions, as there was a bit of unfortunate contact. Begor Krobler trying to keep going. He had a little bit of a lean in on the likes of Maynard, who was able to get going yet again. But Maynard's not giving up onto the back of that BMW. He is hoping to keep the pressure on, while Jason Farmer and Begor Krobler are trying to keep each other in check at the moment. Maynard landed up in the dirt, and that's gone and fouled up Christian Fengler and Chris Heineke again. The two drivers suddenly getting caught in a battle of note and trying to maneuver their way back into the fight. So now It's a charge all the way through with Fingler and Heineke trying to run that a little bit longer. Griff trying to go and move forward as well as he's got Kishkor Kumar, Sethel Kumar ahead of him, who mines off to the right-hand side. The Aston Martin trading places with Chris Griff, going and saying, right, let's focus on the drive here, where exactly we can move forward, and also how can we back each other up. This is an early start to the race, as we've got a 6-hour race. We've only got 5 hours and 22 minutes to go, which is a long time, well worth the racing. Drivers can figure out what can they do. Beggar Krobler looking down the inside of Lucas Collab track tool team. Going to defend into the left-hander, and it's going to be a hard drive. Both Beggar Krobler and Lucas know each other very well, but it is going to be Beggar who just manages to sweep across the nose of Lucas, going and keeping him by. Beggar moves back up into 6th position and now trying to get clear of Lucas Collab, who is absolutely hunting him down. Jason Farmer saying thank you very much. He is nearly a second away from these fighting duo and leaves him be, as we do see a little bit in the background there. And that looks to be the likes of Keegan Bowen, our top 10, all within shot. And our Ford driver trying to navigate his way around through traffic. Keegan Bowen hoping to stay in for a solid drive right now. Won't be pushing it, but forward is all Maynard. Unfortunately, having the rear kicking out on him. And let's quickly take a look what happened to Chris Maynard as we go and take a look on the outside. Let's take a look to our interior cam where it all went wrong in the Honda NSX. Chris Maynard hoping to keep a solid drive, does lift off the throttle, turn in a little bit early, all fine on the exit, but oh man, just carried too much and hit the brakes, and that was all she wrote. Just the car did not want to live with that little bit of grip, and unfortunately sent him in towards the dirt, costing him a bit of time. Maynard not going to be too happy on that one, as he's now got a little bit of work to try and pull himself back into the team. So good. See, they still out there, was able to protect it from getting any damage, but not exactly how he wanted the start of his race to go, going and burning off those tires a little bit early on. We'll be thinking, right, what do I need to do to stay in for this drive? What do I need to do to try and keep moving forward? Everyone hoping to figure out what is going to be the game plans as our drivers continue on the drive right here at Misano for round 1 of the Endurance Championship, hosted by both ERA, Evolution Racing Academy, and RaceFace.Pro. It's wonderful to see each of the different guys coming and being a part of it, as we see one pit stop coming in. That's Blankochip, who is into the pits and will be down the order yet again, but he is trying to get that car sorted out and be part of the racing action. Dylan Brudgy pulling into the pits, and with talks with Donovan Lair, will be working on the car as well as going and taking a look at what happens. So Dylan Brudgy on the earlier contact for the Logistical Nightmare Racing team out in the McDonald's WRT car, and they're hoping that that is going to get them back into the running order. Kolob continues to keep pressure on Beggar Krobler, the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport machine, as they keep themselves out on track. So wonderful to see drivers still moving forward. Where exactly can they get the run? At the moment, no one having an advantage. Everyone trying to figure out what can they do to stay in for the fight. Immediately, Beggar Krobler went for the inside line, try and guard it. Lucas Collab went for the pass. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it done. Immediately having that Nissan GTR of Struble getting in the mix as well, costing him both a little bit of time out on the track. Struble lining out of the way, does see Christian Figler now looking to try and get on his way through as well. So phenomenal racing thus far. Chris Heineke into the pits, dropping down the order, part of the early pit stops within this race. Now, we do know these cars can push up to about an hour if you are driving nicely. That can land up in a world of trouble if you're going and pushing a little too hard in the race as well. So you've got to try and balance out what's going to work for you and how are you going to be able to move forward without losing too much time. The moment you go and push a little too hard will cost you a fair chunk of time, and those that are fighting out for the podium at the moment, last thing they want to have is Kieran Harris battling out with Ivandri Pretorius of the ATS Motorsport team. So the Midnight Racing Endurance keeping a solid bit of pressure on there. They have Jason Farmer, who's managed to close his way back up into the top 5 after a little bit of a rocky start, and now trying to see where exactly can he move forward. Always wonderful to see the drivers giving it that last little bit of a push, everyone trying to maintain a bit of a run, but at this stage of the game, drivers are just focusing on keeping the rhythm, not pushing too hard, not wanting to kill their tires off too early, but to rather see it through just a little bit longer into the race, see where they can save that little bit of time. They are limited tire sets, and that will be a contributing factor for those who are a little bit too hard on the tires. Also, fuel stops have been calculated and worked down to the 0.1%. Unfortunately, that means that you also haven't given yourself a lot of room. Sometimes those absolute banker lap times that you are so excited to have can be an absolute pain in the backside to deal with. Track Tool team, Lucas Collab and Christian Fengler now will see each other out on track, and I'm sure there'll be radio communication between the two teammates, two sister cars, saying, right, this is what we need to do not to lose a little bit of time, and also to concentrate on what we're going to do in this race. Ultimately, we want to try and work with one another and not against one another for this race. We want to try and see where exactly we can move up through the order without losing time and also costing each other a huge amount of time in this. This is where Fengler can use a little bit of lifting and coasting, as Jason Farmer first to the top 5 to pull into the pits. We saw Chris Heineke dive into the pit lane a little bit earlier, but it seems like Jason Farmer trying to get himself sorted out as well to rejoin the fight. Wasn't able to go that little bit longer, maybe just fueling working out a bit differently between the cars. And Kieran Harris continuing to try and hassle Pretorius for that third position. Wepner 18 seconds up the road from them for the Extreme Sim Racing team, and Fear the Bones drivers Dave Groff sits 2.3 seconds up the road in first place. 27 laps completed thus far, and everyone trying to give it a hard push as we got 5 hours and 15 minutes to go for everyone's first stint. They're starting to get towards the end of it, and everyone trying to just go that little bit further in their stint, see what they can do before handing over the cars to the different drivers that they're teamed up with. Some are solo drivers, and that is going to be a factor as well to consider during the course of the race, and we'll be trying to figure out what is going to be the best way to move up through the order without costing us some time, and also going and nailing our fuel. So everyone hoping to continue that drive, see where exactly can they move forward. So ultimately, it's going to be a tough time out there. Everyone hoping to keep a solid drive, where exactly they can keep on the run. As Harris tries to keep on Pretorius, Frobler managed to gain a little bit of time, closed up onto the back of them. Lucas Collab and Fengler trying to give that little bit of a hard push as well, see if they can get involved in the fight. Where exactly can they look for the inside, the outside, try and look around. Where exactly can they get involved in the brawl? And how far up the road are they willing to go? I mean, these are always a tough time indeed, and we'll be trying to figure out, right, how to close up, make up that little bit of time that was lost early on. Track Tool team as well, not going and keeping too much pressure on one another, also concentrating on what they can do to keep moving forward. Regardless of the race, they are not wanting to be caught out. Not new to the world of sim racing, especially endurance racing, as we do see Timothy Fullion into the pits, the V&O BMW Endurance, the sim racing solutions into pit lane, getting their bit of work done on the car. Graham Kelly keeping the pressure on Chris Maynard ahead of him, while getting chased down by the Nissan GTR of Bull Blankenship, who is a lap down, but still is a factor. None of these drivers that are, oh, and talk about teammates climbing into one another. That's definitely not what you want to have to the two sister cars of Lucas Kollab and Christian Fengler. Now, I originally thought they weren't going and fighting with one another. And unfortunately, it looks like it was a Lamborghini versus BMW assault that happened on. So let's quickly take a look. As they were making their way into the corner, it was hard braking, and oh, Fengler looked for the inside. He outbraked himself. And unfortunately, that was him getting caught into the side of Lucas Kollab, costing both drivers a bit of time there. Not ideal, but now having to try and pull themselves up and going, because Keegan Bowen is going to be closing up at a rate of knots, seeing an opportunity here to bring that Mustang a little bit closer towards the fighting duo. There you go, Krobler onto the back of Harris at the moment. Pretorius trying to go around the outside of the Unity Racing and gets caught. The ATS, unfortunately, nearly off into the wall, was able to keep it going. And, oh, contact yet again. That was a hard bang against the side for the ATS Motorsports, going right into the side of the Audi of Wayne Nell, getting caught out there. Not what we wanted to see. Unfortunately, that did not work out in plan. So let's quickly go and take a look to the helicam and get an idea of what happened here. So he moved out to the left-hand side, clipped onto the rumble strips, and there was a bit of contact. But now, trying to get themselves going, turned out wide, and oh, jingos. I don't think the McLaren actually saw that the Audi was there. I don't think so. But it's thrown him down the order. So Pretorius was waiting for a long time before he got going, and not exactly what they wanted to have. And I do think a little bit of damage on that car is definitely brewing in as well. Absolutely great stuff to see. Now, out on the ERA virtual grandstand, we do have one driver going and shouting and saying, how's it, notice me. And that is Henry Platt, the Moscow Motorsport driver, teaming up with Team Wolf, will be jumping into the car after Bego Krobler. So Henry Platt going to be eyeing out if he's getting in the car after Bego Krobler. We don't know if Bego's doing a single stint or a double stint, but we do know the second of the driver that will be climbing in will be Henry Platt. And Henry, if you come into the RaceFace Discord, into the commentary waiting room, we can pull you in, or if any of your teammates would like to, the invite goes out to all out there in the racing, to all teams going and enjoying the racing here tonight. More than welcome to be part of the show just by coming in, waiting by the interview commentary waiting room out in the Discord. And for those that are wanting to be part of the action and would like to be part of the amazing grids we have here both at RaceFace.Pro and at ERA, you're more than welcome to join up on our Discord out in the description below. Feel free to also join out on some grid, as we do see Yako Nadir getting overtaken by Jason Farmer. Nadir going and mining out of the way for the team HSC. And once again, trying to keep that car out of a little bit of trouble out on circuit. He dives into the pits, trying to get himself sorted out for their pit stop. So a couple of drivers now starting to eye out, but our front runners are yet to dive into the pits and concentrating on what they need to do to make it work out in this fight. Who is going to be able to have enough room to move up through the order, and also who's been saving enough fuel early on in this race. Kishore Kumar moving up into 12th position, as he has got Blankenbull right behind him. And Blankenship's, apologies, Bull Blankenship, who's chasing him down in that Nissan GTR, a lap down, but keeping the pressure on Kishore Kumar at the moment, who is trying to pull his way back in towards this fight. Always a hard charge for many of our drivers, each of them trying to consider the options. So right behind them is Chris Heineke. Now, Chris Heineke is in 13th. His problem is Kishore a little bit further up the road, as he's going to try and look down the inside of the 999 and managing just econ by. Block and chip mines out of the way, allows for the pass to happen, and there is Vandre Pretorius into the pits. Keegan Bowen, Herman Wepner, and Bego Krobler into the pits. Roth continues to go one lap longer. Kieran Harris as well. Lucas Kollab going a little bit longer, and Christian Fengler also pushing the boundaries a little bit further. And the rest of our top 5 all diving into the pits. And now we're going to see who is going to pull into the pits, swap out drivers, and get back out onto the track. We've got Nell into the pits for the UNC Esports team. Strubal's into the pits for the UN. Galliant in the Lamborghini back into the pits as well. Try and get themselves sorted out. And will be returning back to the track. Jason Farmer up into 6th place. He took an earlier stop than the rest. And now managing to move up through the order. And we saw Chris Heineke managing to also get the runners. King Bowen trying to go trundling down the pit lane to get himself going. David Roth into the pits, driving through the cars and coming to a rest on the pit straight, and now looks to get himself going as our first cycle of pit stops. Kieran Harris, unfortunately, a little bit too quick, catching the wall on the way through, costing himself a little bit of time there. Lucas Kolab going to be the next one diving the pits with Christian Fengler following close behind. The 2 track tool cars are going and keeping each other rather busy at the moment, and also having a little bit of a look around of who's quicker in the pits as they have a bit of a sniff of one another's exhaust pipes there. Chris Biermeister now climbs in after Herman Wepner, who's been in the car for a while. Chris Biermeister, as we spoke about, managed to get his first ever podium nearly 2 years in August. He's managed to go and win that out in the ERA Sunday Championship, and now trying to bring his way in towards a fight, looking for a top 5. And was fighting out in 2nd place and had the run. The question is, have they gone and taken the right pit stop strategy to jump them up early on? Well, Roth is coming out of the pit, so not going to be swapping out drivers. Chris Biermeister, however, will run into 2nd place. Jason Farmer up into 3rd at this stage of the game. Farmer brought himself back in towards the fight. Was a little bit down the order, as we do see Marco going and landing up with a bit of a problem. So Big Sialu going and landing with a stop-go 30-second penalty, and that is for track limits exceeded, folks. Track limits exceeded. That, unfortunately, is a monster of an impact. And once again, we talked about the warnings that can come through, and well, it most certainly did with a hard impact. And we are getting word, though, from the 313 car, Lucas Galliant, the DSR Lamborghini, unfortunately having to retire due to a technical failure. So, unfortunately for the 313 team, they are out of the running due to a technical failure. And man, it's unfortunate. One of the best liveries that were out on track. Now, unfortunately, not seeing it through as Henry Platt jumps in behind the wheel, taking over from Bego Frobler as he looks to get around the likes of a new driver into the car for the Midnight Racing Endurance is Gianluca Palmorezzi. I do apologize. Gianluca behind the wheel. Palmorezzi. I do apologize. I'd love to get that surname right. So if anyone can voice note me that how to pronounce it correctly, always game for me. Absolutely game for me. But Gianluca behind the wheel, trying to keep moving forward and trying to stay in for the fight as we continue on with the incredible racing right here for round 1 of the Endurance Championship. Everyone looking to try and make a solid impact in for the championship. Now the Rensport Nords going and getting caught out. It's good to see that the guys are moving forward. Also, Donovan Laird going and saying it's good to see everyone out there. He's keeping an eye on Dylan Prudgy. He's out in the virtual grandstands, out on the ERA side, going and keeping a very close eye on his teammate joining up for the Endurance. Unfortunately, one problem coming in, and that's Heinz Bose, who's unfortunately getting turned round and now falling down the order. So he's down to 11th position at the moment as Vessel Woda was able to get on by. Heinz back behind the wheel of the McLaren, head of ATS South Africa, now trying to keep his way out on the track, and wonderful to go and see him giving it everything he can. Saul Pretorius behind the wheel a little bit earlier, but now it's his turn to try and see if he can play it in as well, and hoping to move forward on the way through. drive-through coming in for Seth Kumar, unfortunately, and that is going to be a problem for track limits exceeded. So Kishore Kumar going and landing up with a drive-through. That's going to cost him a bit of time as well, and we'll be trying to get going under full-on pace as we do get word a number of drivers have managed to get a change. So Henry Platt behind the wheel, Chris Biermeister behind the wheel, Gianluca behind the wheel, Chris Heineke remains behind the wheel, as we do see James Wheely holding on. He's managing to keep in for the run. He's changed over from Christian Fengler out in the Lamborghini, and we'll be hoping that it keeps a solid run to him. Mon Spritzer changes over from Lucas Collab, and will be continuing on the run, while Keegan Bowden trying to double stint at the moment. Vessel Woda jumping in for the AKKA ASAP team, just going to call that one, and they also focus on the drive moving up through the order. So it's going to be Vessel Woda trying everything he can to stay in for the race, try and go that little bit further into the race, opting, hang on, what is going to be the best plan here? To stay into the top 10. They are getting chased down by the ATS Motorsport. Heinz Bose behind the wheel, and immediately getting some pressure from Martin Rotenbach on the back of him. Martin hoping to get past that McLaren as quick as possible, and ultimately trying to figure out where exactly he's going to be moving forward in the race. Always a tough time out there, and always a hard one indeed, as Rotenbach once again trying to close up under braking, really nails it to see if he can get past. Fortunately not able to get round just as yet, but just applying the pressure more and more. So Heinz having to soak up that little bit of pressure. It's one of our close battles out on track, much like Michael Hassenbrook for the Griffin Sim Racing team, and Marco, both drivers remaining in the car. Unfortunately, we do have for Kerry Patterson out for the Track Tool Team BMW, the 32 one. The 32 landing up with a drive-through penalty as well, and will be scratching one's head on what can be done to move up through the order. So a couple of drivers trying to figure out what they can do to stay in for the run, and who exactly can be at the top of the order. Always an interesting drive. So monumental running from our competitors to keep moving forward. Kerry into the pits. Now trying to serve that drive-through penalty, get it out of the way. Michael Hassenbrook onto the back of Marcos Baxilio, who is really trying to keep that little bit more of a pressure on. Immediately Michael looks towards the inside, late on the brakes. Can the Ferrari get past? Griffin Sim Racing team trying, but Marcos for the Root Hypersports does not want to be caught out. Runs out wide though, costing him time, and Michael Hassenbrook able to move up into 19th position, but only for now, as Marcos comes back down the inside, gets the pass done, and continues to throw back at one another. It is over and over, heap loads, everyone trying to move forward, and it's going to be side by side as they charge their way through the back end of the section. Marco trying everything he can and sends it down the inside. Michael Hassenbrook had to straighten out the steering there, costing him a bit of time, and immediately Marcos runs out wide, giving Michael a chance to go right back at him. The Griffin Sim Racing team and the Root Hypersports going at it, nose to tail between the two of them, brawling on, and they suddenly see the first place car of David Roth slips in between. He breaks up that fight, pretty much just mind out the way, folks, mind out the way. Let's calm this down a little bit. Puts his hands involved in the fight, not wanting to go and cause a problem, as there's still a lot of time on the board. We have completed just over an hour worth of racing here, with 4 hours and 58 minutes to go in this race. Everyone's still trying to give it that hard push, as we do see David Roth mining out of the way. Chris Biermeister is going to be hoping to also clear through. He does have his own teammate sitting in the run, as that is Chris Griff, who is just ahead of Beermister, who's trying to make his way up through the race. They do see the Nissan GTR ahead of them, and Chris Kreff mine's out of the way, very, very far out the way from his teammate, giving him all the room plus more to try and not run into any problems at the moment. Oh, and Chris Beermister getting caught out. Unfortunately, a little bit of contact between himself and that is the Draper Racing Rian Lotrit getting into one another. And unfortunately for Rian, that momentum caused a little bit of a problem. And Chris Beermister was behind the wheel of the car, now losing out to Jason Farmer, who snatched that position away. Griff, who's a little bit further down the order, will be getting the blue flag, but I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of rely on the teammate to help bring him back into contention. So it's always those little bit of a worry, and unfortunately, when you're dealing with back markers, you got to be both patient on both sides, as the back marker and as the faster car. It's all about concentrating on what you can do. Wheelie onto the back of Spritzer, the track tool team, trying to keep a formation flying at the moment as they're lying in 7th and 8th position, respectively. Two drivers just gotten into the car. They're going to be focusing on their monumental drive and where exactly they can move forward. An ongoing battle, though. Michael Hassenbrook and Marcos once again fight against one another, with Michael managing to get the run on Marcos, who's not backing down from the fight. He looks around trying to see where exactly can he get that little bit of momentum. How far is he willing to go and push that extra mile? It's always a tough time out there to see what moves forward, but ultimately Hassenbrook going and keeping a solid run at the moment. Martin Spritzer trying to keep on back a wheelie. That is one of our closest going-ons with one another, but with our first round of pit stops done and dusted, some getting towards the hour mark, drivers are now considering what their options and where are they going to go. A couple of drivers opting to double stint during the course of this race, which is always a difficult one to deal with. Unfortunately, we did have one time and going and getting caught out, and that was a bit of a rough time for it. So a number of drivers getting caught into a world of trouble, now trying to pull themselves back into check. Ultimately, there's still a long endurance race at hand, and everyone trying to give it that long push up through the order, trying to keep their eye on the prize. So with that being said, we're going to take a short intermission. We'll keep the racing going so you don't miss any of the action out on track, but our commentary will be back in the next 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is round one of the ERA and RaceFace.Pro Endurance Championship at the beautiful track of Misano, and it's being live streamed both live on ERA, on the Evolution Racing Academy channel, and on the RaceFace.Pro channel. I'm quite proud that we're managing to get that one done, but it's happening out there. Don't go anywhere. Share the links out with your family and friends. If you want to join up with all the action, head over to our Discords down in the description. Sign up on SimGrid. Plenty more to come. Don't go away. Let's see who will go and charge their way to the top. And we are back on comms and back on board with the likes of Chris Biermester. This is Chris Heineke trying to get the run, immediately getting attacked by Mon Spritzer, who's trying to go down the inside. It's nose to tail between them, and immediately a big look down the inside as Spritzer gets it hooked in. Chris Heineke thrown to the outside, and it is James Wheely who gets tossed out. The little separation between the team. The track tool trying their absolute best to move on forward. See where exactly can they get the drive. Wheely a little bit further down from where he wanted to be. Chris Heineke down into 7th position, really taking over from Christian Fengler, and hopefully we'll get a chat with Christian, find out how his stint went a little bit earlier on during the course of the race as he continues on to support the team. Track tool team keeping a very close eye as Chris Heineke knows he's in a bit of a hot situation right now, trying to avoid getting caught out. It's wonderful to have everyone out there. So, running through the order of who is where, let's Fear the Bones out in first place with Griffin Sim Racing Pro, Jason Farmer in behind the wheel in second. Extreme Sim Racing holds on for third with Chris Biermester. Team Wolf and Moscow Motorsport holds on to fourth with the likes of Midnight Racing Endurance in fifth. Track Tool team, Mon Spritzer for the 30 car. Chris Heineke, Griffin Sim Racing team, holds on with that 69 Ferrari. Track Tool team, Mr. James Wheely trying to look for his way through, and he does sling it around the outside, managing just to get the overcut over Chris Heineke. So he's up in 7th. Chris Heineke down into 8th. Keegan Bowen for the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro team. Then we've got the ASAP team of Vessel Woda a little bit further down. Team HSC ATS Motorsport holding on to 12th with the Extreme Sim Racing team. Chris Criff Limited is now trying to keep going there, sitting in 13th. Rav MR sitting in 14th with Team Vixen Bottle holds on for 15th. Logistical Nightmare Racing Team WRT Colors of Dylan Prunchie holds on 16th with Unity Esports Wayne Nell out on circuit. Medic Motorsports in 18th position with Griffin Sim Racing Team in 19th. And we got Root Hyper Sports holding on to 20th. 21st is Kerry Patston of the Track Tool team. The Honda Team Modal Colors, Werner Jacobs holds on for 22nd with the Bullocks Motorsport holding on for 23rd. Draper Racing holding on for 24th, and the VNO BMW Endurance with Kinu Westhazen holds on for that chasing run. That being said, we're going to have a chat to one driver that just climbed out of the race and is one of the managers behind the entire endurance. Let's have a chat to Christian Fengler climbing out of the Lamborghini, handing over to James Wheely. Christian, welcome to the commentary box. Absolutely wonderful to have you here. And that being said, it's been a bit of a busy race for the Track Tool team, including you and Lucas Collab having a little bit of a moment together.
Yeah. Well, nice to hear you first off. Yeah, that was probably not my proudest moment. We were already facilitating at the moment that I was a little bit quicker than him on my stint. We were talking if we should do a switch around, and he was like, yeah, just announce when you would go for an attempt. And basically right after that, I just simply understood into him.
Alright, well, with that being said, the start of the race to sit with 26 cars on the grid, 36 were actually signed up, a couple of drivers not able to make it here tonight. Must have been quite a moment to see so many drivers from around the world. I mean, we've always talked about Germany, we talk about South Africa, UK, and dealing with a variety. We've got drivers all the way out from India joining us here tonight, being a part of the show as well. Nearly every continent is out and signed in for the Endurance Championship. If you look at those in Japan, the proper racing of Daniel Otsushimi, who's unfortunately not here tonight, but has already said he's going to be in for the next one. These are drivers that just shows how big the world of sim racing is, and it doesn't matter which continent you're sitting. I'm sure to be on the grid, looking at all the different flags must have been quite an exciting moment.
Absolutely. Glad altogether that we have such an international collaboration making this possible, because in the end, it's hard enough as it is to really fill the grids in ACC those days. At least when it comes to endurance, because it's obviously a bigger commitment. And seeing that many drivers actually turn up, like we have currently running around 51 drivers on the multiple of teams, and total sign up of around, I think, 70 something. So I think we're in a good place when it comes to that.
Now, this is a 6-hour race with a lot going behind the scenes, trying to communicate with drivers, trying to figure out what is the plan to move forward. What is the plan for the track tool team, considering we take a look at Von Spritzer? He's into a fight, trying to get to a little bit closer to Gianluca, the Midnight Racing Endurance team, including your team, the track tool Lamborghini, with James Wheatley also hanging in the back there, trying to look for any options to get on by. What is the game plan for you guys for the 6-hour? Is it double stinting drivers, or is it going to be stint to stint?
I've honestly, Misano's quite a flowy track and fairly short, and it doesn't really give you too much breathing room because of the traffic that is now slowly occurring. And I think as far as at least there's no place for a double stint. Really, concentration is key. So giving the driver a break in between. The only thing that needs to be managed is when you take the old tyre, and obviously this is then down to probably double stinting because a splash and dash becomes a viable option. I can't tell you too much yet. We're still trying to read the situation, and we have a game plan. I think the most interesting one in that regard to watch at the moment is Chris Heinecke, who simply already did his used tyre stint and is completely off sequence and slow dropping through the grids. And it will be interesting to see if he gets the advantage later on, trying to catch up to the other drivers.
It's definitely going to be one to slowly keep an eye out for. And when do we expect you to get back into the seat, or is it hold the cards close to the chest moment, don't let too much out the bag live on air just as yet?
Oh, well, no, that's a clear one. I'll be in the car next, and I think if nothing goes wrong, then probably within the next half an hour. And then on from there, we'll see.
It's going to be a great one to see you back in the car. And Lamborghini, a little bit different to what you usually drive. You were in the Lambo at one stage of the game. How's it treating you to be back in the bucking Bronco? That's so far been one heck of a drive, and considering now you're fighting out within the top 10, trying to keep ahead of Keegan Bowen, who's out in the Ford Mustang, Vessel Woda, who's out in the Mercedes, but also being the very few, if not you're the only Lambo that's entered into this race, but very few that are in the championship, as we do see contact with Keegan Bowen. Unfortunately, Marcos getting into the back of him, and Marcos Bixio from Root Hyper Sports, unfortunately, getting that little bit of contact. Well, that sorts out Keegan Bowen all over the backside of you guys. But how's the car treating you, knowing that it's not one that everyone's gone for?
Well, Misano is one of the favorite places for the Lamborghini, so in here it's not that much of a problem. You can feel that it's not as forgiving on acceleration as a BMW. It's not as much of a driving aid, but I am lucky to fall back on nearly 1,000 hours on this car, so it was not a plug-and-play experience, but with a little bit of training, I got back into swing, perhaps not in my old form, but good enough to keep it with James, who has so far done an amazing job. Qualifying was intensely good with him, and yeah, just really gonna see. We can tell already that the Lambo is not as kind to the tires as, let's say, a BMW, but I will try to make the best of it.
That being said, we do see the track tool cars all sporting different names over it. Now, I know for those that don't get to spend a lot of time around the ERA pits, taking a look and saying, how come the track tool team has got Bosch, DeWalt, and just a variety of other brands all over the cars? What's the story behind, well, track tool team?
Well, it was basically I was always creating liveries days back, and I was always searching for some inspiration or brands or topics that you would make a livery about. And when we created the team days back, it was like, okay, what would be a cool thing? And I saw the Milwaukee livery, and I think a Porsche back then. I saw that would look sick on different cars. So I went ahead, created it, and this was, I think it was a Lamborghini actually. And this was how Track Tool was born. Gave you a bit of a headache as far as I remember, because we were all running the same livery, just with different color accents. And yeah, after that, a bit more variation came in. There was the Ewald, which is, I think, at the moment our main livery for most of the team. Then we have Bosch, that's run mainly in the Masters League in Euro. And for the Enduro, obviously, for the purpose of just keeping them apart a little bit easier, we decided to run with all three sponsors. And the funny thing is, at the moment, Lucas decided to run a special livery that is the Driver Team Memorial livery, which was without branding, just really purely a little art design, so to say. But yeah, looks fantastic, and I guess next round, Martin and Lucas will be back to the actual livery, which would be the red, black, and white Milwaukee livery.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Well, before I let you go, because I'm seeing another round of pit stops, Jason Farmer into the pits, Daniel Fabenda into the pits. Anything you'd like to say to the virtual grandstand, since we're going live out on ERA YouTube channel and on RaceFace.Pro, having a co-stream in one foul swoop. But also, just to all the race fans out there from the ERA family and to new race fans cheering your team on.
Just absolutely wonderful being here, spending the eve like this. It's always precious. And I want to extend my very personal sorry to Chris Heineke, who had a get-together with me earlier. And I think the penalty is still going to come, but I'm very sorry, mate. That was not the intent when I slid into you. Catch me out on the stage. All in good favour, let him by, and very sorry for that.
We saw the unfortunate incident, but well done to the tip of the hat moment. It's always wonderful to see the tip of the hat. We do see David Roth, our leader, pulling into the pits. So Fear the Bones doing a pit stop. Going to leave you there, Christian. Go and enjoy, and we look forward to chatting to you and your team as the race continues right here for the 6 hours, round 1 of Missing. Christian Fengler from the Track Tool team out in the 31 Lamborghini and trying to keep going as we jump on board. This is Ruben Heineke trying to get going. Chris Heineke has been kicked out the seats. His brother has jumped in and now having a go at Heinz Bose, who, oh, that contact between the two of them. And Heinz for the ATS Motorsport getting a little bit hooked up there. Unfortunately, not going to be exactly how they wanted it to happen. And a quick flash of light from Chris Ruben Heineke saying, not quite what they wanted there. But Heinz able to get going. And now they have to keep a very close eye on everyone coming through, because we do have one BMW slicing his way up through the order that will be a very viable threat to the running top, and that is Henry Platt, who holds on for second place. He's now caught behind the Griffin Sim Racing team and trying to find his way back into this fight, seeing where they can move forward. Chris Beerminster leads out the field now after the Fear the Bones driver pulled into the pits. David Roth did a quick pit stop but remained in the car. Now this is an interesting one, because this would be his third stint that he would remain in the car and trying to go back a little bit longer into the race. The question is this going to be the right call? As he's been running consistent 145s, 144s, he's going to have to try and make that work. Fear the Bones has got quite a staunch field with him. David Roth all the way out from US of A. He's got the defending RaceFace.Pro champion, Christoph Peterson, who is a 8-time ERA Sunday Championship winner, and also Ernest Limburgs, who is the defending Diamond champion for season 17 of the ERA. So there's a good bunch of championship winners here. David Roth also holding a championship in the Platinum division. And he is fighting out with Henry Platt for that top spot at the moment for the ERA Sunday Championship. So it's good to see drivers are giving it that little bit of a hard go, as we do see the likes of our Unity Esports minding out of the way. The car 45 going and moving out of the way. Mr. Nell not wanting to be caught up there. Does give Ruin Heineke and Hines a little bit of an easier run. So is Henry Platt. But Henry's caught behind these two brawling, and will be absolutely fishing for every opportunity to come on by. He's taken the car over from Bego Hrobler, but now it is all about trying to navigate through a little bit of traffic, as Ruin Heineke and Hines are fighting out for 11th and 12th position at the moment. They're the closest brawl on, and Hines not wanting to be caught out, wanting to try and stretch the legs a little bit longer on the set of tyres, and will be going and asking a lot out of these Pirellis and hoping that the Dunlops are going to work out in his favour. As now trying to hold back Ruin Heineke, who gets fouled up, does let Henry Platt go on by. And now Henry is going to be that little bit of a wrecking ball that Ruin might actually need for the Griffin Sim Racing team to see if he can try and get on by. Now, this is a big, interesting run because Henry Platt is lapping. So it means he can navigate his way by, and as for blue flag rules, you must maintain your racing line. You are not to just jump out the way. You can generally move out, but you've got to be predictable. Maintain your racing line, but you're not allowed to fight into the corners with that passing you. Henry Platt is the person he can't fight against. However, right behind him, we've got Ruin Heineke that can make life rather interesting. For Hines, it's now, what can you do to slam that door shut as soon as it opens up? And oh, he ran out wide, and immediately it was a look for Heineke to try and get on by. Couldn't quite get it done. Swings around the outside as Hines manages to hold the inside line, keeps his foot on the gas side by side. There you go. ATS versus Griffin Sim Racing, and it is gonna be the Griffin Sim Racing team able to slink on through only just. But now it's about keeping your foot in it, and Hines knows he needs to do that, as Ruin Heineke is going to be one that will start standing on the gas and trying to open up that little bit of a distance. He's been fighting lap after lap after lap to get it done, and now finally got and made his way through. As we see Dieter on a Spillman going and jumping into the car. He's chasing down Kerry Patterson, who is up in the BMW, and the Bosch colours are all runs out very, very wide, outbraking oneself. And that allows Dieter to get a little bit closer. Vessel Woda going and losing out of position to Jason Farmer, who still holds the fastest lap time of the race, down to a 1:33.9 as the fastest lap time in the race thus far. One of the only drivers that's able to get a 1:33 thus far, and he's going to be racing solo during the course of this. So it's a hard effort all the way through. Vessel Woda trying to close up at a rate of knots, trying to see if he can get involved in the fight as well, as he nails it, outbreaks himself in that last moment to get a bit of breathing room. But another fight happening further down is Kishore Kumar in the Aston Martin, fighting up against the Logistical Nightmare Racing team out in the Team WRT colours, the McDonald's. But it's Dylan Prutchy behind the wheel, and he will have Donovan Leo busy telling him, come on, you need to get going. We need to get going. You need to try and keep that push. Martin Rotenbach trying to have a bit of a run as well. Trying to close up to Vessel Woda, laying 21 seconds up the road. So we've got a number of drivers still taking on a brawl at the moment. The Extreme Sim Racing team leads out the field and continuing to try and leg it away from the competition early on in this race. The question is, are they going to be able to keep that pressure on as Dylan Prudgy pulls into the pits, and he will be getting his car sorted? The question is, will we see Donovan Lair jumping into the car after Dylan's now completed his double stint in this race? So going that little bit of an extra while, trying to see what works out for him. David Roth up into 7th position after his pit stop. Now continues on his drive, hoping that it's going to turn out for him. We've only had one retirement during the course of this race. Unfortunately, mechanical failure coming in for the 313. And that's not exactly how they wanted the race to go. But we'll be back for some incredible racing in due course. So it's not completely out of the woodwork as yet. But everyone trying to figure out what they can do to catch up to this man right here as Mr. Roth continues to open up the difference at this stage of the game, hoping that he can stay in for the fight. Now we do have a couple of things going through, and as you heard, we've got a little bit of stewarding on the side as well to go and help out, and our live stewards will be looking at handing out some penalties during the course of the race. We'll try and give you some up-to-date running if and when they come through, as will give us a bit of an understanding of where everyone is as we keep an eye on James Wheatley at the moment. He's trying to catch up to Gianluca Palmarosa, who's part of Palmarosa, who currently holds on to 4th place. I'll get that surname right, Gianluca. I do apologize, but I will get that right. Come hell or come high water, one of the two is going to be it. But Gianluca holding on to that 4th place with Monspritzer up into 3rd. Henry Platt up into 2nd. Chris Biermester leads out. Platt guiding the way at the moment for Chris Heineke, who is just keeping right onto the back of him. They do see the 333 running out of the way, not wanting to get caught out there, and keeps on going. Wonderful to see that the car, sorry, it's the 333 going and sporting a little bit of damage on the car, but not completely done out of it yet. The VNO BMW Endurance Sim Racing Solutions hoping to keep in a solid run. Donovan Lair jumping into the seat after waiting. Now going and seeing that it's got Kerry Pasadena out on track as, oh, Donovan gets it out of shape. Completely out of shape. Completely spins it and saves it. If the tires are cold, that's one way to warm it up. And unfortunately losing out to the likes of Dieter Arno Spielmann, who's up into 19th position. Donovan Lair down into 20th. Michael Hassenbrook also trying to close up that gap. Now 15 seconds away from Donovan Lair, so not completely out of the running just as yet. Still has an option to move up through the order. See exactly where can he be part of this fight. So drivers hoping that they can keep a solid run. Question is, who is going to be able to keep up that pressure? Is really trying to close up to Gianluca. James not wanting to lose out that little bit of drive. Will be considering what their options are as we get yellow flags yet again for Donovan Lair out into the dirt. First time out in the car, and unfortunately not quite going his way. Braking a little too less in the car and having that car snap out underneath him. Been doing a lot of iRacing, GT3 racing, and not too much in terms of in PC and console GT3 racing. That has cost him a bit of time. Difference in braking models has definitely come into play, and he's having to, on the fly, try and pick up some of that pace, find out where it's going to go for him. At the moment, though, lap 60, as our drivers manage to get onto, Chris Biermester holding on to the lead of the race. Extreme Sim Racing team not getting caught out, with the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport hanging on for 2nd. Track Tool team BMW number 30 lying in 3rd, with Gianluca of Midnight Racing in 4th. And rounding out top 5 is Track Tool team of James Wheatley. Keegan Bowen in 6th position for the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro. The Fear of the Bones out in 7th and still holds the fastest lap of the race. Jason Farmer, the Griffin Sim Racing team, in 8th position. The ASAP team lying in 9th. Team HSC in 10th, with Griffin Sim Racing lying in 11th with Ruin Heineke behind the wheel. ATS Motorsport in 12th, trying to claw his way back into the XCR Limited, trying to keep moving forward. The Manic Motorsports lying 14th, and Unity Esports in 15th. The RAV AMR of Christian Zetzman continuing on the drive and trying to keep going, with the likes of Root Hypersports on the back. Team Vinix Bartle holds on to 18th. Track Tool team Kerry Paterson holding on to 19th, right onto the back of Dieter, trying to see where exactly Kerry can get that little bit of a drive. Michael Assenbrook, the Griffin Sim Racing team, in 20th. 21st is our Logistical Nightmare Racing, with Werner Jacobs holding on for the Honda team Modal. A little bit further down is the Blux Motorsport in 23rd. Draper Racing Arc in 24th, and rounding out our field is the VNO BMW Endurance trying to close up the gap. So we got a number of drivers going and swapping into the car first of the stint, and it's heading on to 12 a.m. in some time. Now, for those that are not too familiar with sims, well, this is where it starts getting a little warmer and gets a little bit of a pain in the backside to deal with, as our drivers will have to keep a very, very close eye on who is able to stint their tires a little bit longer. How are their times are going to look like come the end of the session as well, or their first route, because this is going to make life a little less interesting and more of a hold on for dear life situation, as you don't want to be caught out with the drivers out on circuit. So for David Roth, who is trying to slice his way back through the field, the question is, how much time is he going to lose? And we already got the first of our incident points coming out, of penalties coming in, and first of it going to the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport car. 15 seconds added on. Unfortunately, they have got a penalty that's been added to them. Not exactly what they wanted. And we've also got another one coming in, 14th position. This is Manic Motorsports, Kishore Kumar behind the wheel. Unfortunately, gets 15 seconds as well. Our live stewarding now coming into play, and this is going to change how pit stops start working out, and drivers who are running at the top, like Henry Platt, will be asking questions saying, right, what do I need to do to try and move up through the order, because that 15 seconds is going to cost me a fair amount of time in the pits. It can be served when you guys stop in the box 15 seconds, then they're only allowed to get onto the car. Maddie, I'm glad that I'm getting somewhere in some general direction, but I will eventually get the surname right of Gianluca one day, little steps, as we do see Crispy Mister getting into a little bit of traffic, and this has cost him a fair amount of time. Crispy Mister now has got Henry Platt onto the back of him, and Chris dives into the pits to get his stop done and dusted. Platt will take over the lead of the race, and now we'll be concentrating on what he needs to do to try and open up that gap. Mon Spritzer holds on for third place. The question is, will he dive into the pits to get a pit stop done and dusted, or is he going to go a little bit longer? As Crispy Immister dived into the pits from first place, immediately Martin says, thank you very much, I'm going to keep on going, take over that second place. Gianluca will take over third without any sort of issue, but has got James Wheeler all over the back, trying to see where exactly they can move on forward. So a couple of drivers starting to feel the pressure, and already times are starting to roll, heads are starting to roll, and most importantly, as we know, it's time to see where exactly you're going to move forward, as we do see Timothy Villion with damage all over his car, and now just seeing if he can get himself going. But slowly out there, but for the BMW Endurance, they have not gone out of the fights as yet. They're going to continue getting on racing despite the damage on the car. It's good to see that there's no quit in the drivers, and they're wanting to see it through to the very, very end, no matter what. They've got to give your hand a bit of a hands up, and well done to teams that are not giving up. Timothy Villion and Kinyu Oosthuizen behind the wheel of that BMW. Saw Oosthuizen in the car a little bit earlier, and now trying to make his way through. Fortunately for Chris Biermester, he's been booted out the seat, and now hands over the car to Rick Thomas. Now, Rick Thomas is not one to be going and losing a bit of time, and will be going and fighting his way up through the order, hoping not to be caught up in a bit of a mess. They were leading out. Now they have got quite a bit to go before they can climb their way back up through the field. We do see Furnace Scaife getting into the pits, Martin Rotenbach into the pits, Paul Blankenship into the pits, and that is unfortunately Werner Jacobs, who's gone and lost the back end of his car. Wayne Nell pulls into the pit, so a couple of proper pit stops coming in and some proper mistakes getting brought out as well. Gianluca trying to keep ahead of James as he fishes down for the inside line, seeing everything where he can get past. The Hurricane GT3 at the moment, not having the easiest time. Looked around the outside, looking for the cutback and trying to get going. Oh, side by side next to the BMW through the left-hander. It's a wild moment. Both drivers kept it alive, keep on going, and trying to give it that big push down the wire. Gianluca holds the inside line, and it's late on the anchors, stomping his way through and forcing James Wheely to back off the throttle, now having to wait that little bit more. Absolutely well done, Gianluca, not wanting to be caught up, but does get caught up against the likes of Werner Jacobs in the Honda NSX, fouling up the exit, and that once again allows James to get a little bit closer as James tries to get that pass done and dusted on Gianluca right onto the back, trying to force the situation at the moment. Gianluca trying to get that little bit of a run up through the order, now searching in the mirrors. Henry Platt into the pits, will be serving that pit stop and the 15-second penalty that has been handed out to them, and will be thinking, right, what do I need to do here to try and move forward? Ultimately, it's going to be a long race for our drivers, and everyone trying to think what they can do. Christian Zetzman, who's out in the Aston Martin, went and got given the seat, and now trying to go and move forward for the Rav AMR as Zetzman keeps the pressure on the likes of Jan van der Scheef, who holds on for that 13th. The Extreme Sim Racing team now having to deal with the Aston Martin all over the back of it. Bit of a mistake coming in from Gianluca that allowed James to get on by, and what a pass done and dusted as they able to continue on the drive. So Gianluca now down to third, James up to second, and immediately it's now going to be James trying to open up that gap, doing everything he can to really go and shoot from the hip here, try and put himself back up towards the top. Henry Platt waiting to try and see when he comes out of the pits, and will be keeping a very close eye on the rest of the field. As Jason Farmer back up into the top 5. Rick Thomas retakes his position ahead of Platt, with Henry Platt now just coming out of pit lanes after that 15-second penalty, and now trying to see where exactly he can make it work. Donovan Leia unfortunately gets it wrong. Oh, that's contact. That is contact with Van der Scheef. Unfortunately, Donovan Leia sideways on the circuit, and it was Van der Scheef with nowhere to go, suddenly seeing it right on the nose. And let's quickly take a look from the interior cam of Van der Scheef. So there is Donovan Leia, who runs out a little bit wide. The BMW looking okay, under braking, snaps out underneath him, and it's just slow the car down, thud into the side. Hard impact for both the logistical Nightmare Racing team and for the likes of our Extreme Sim Racing team. Jan van der Scheef, who was down the order. Christian Zetzman will be seen for the Rav AMR team. They've got a 20-second penalty handed out as well. So not quite what they want to have. And we'll be losing a little bit of time. What we're going to try and do is got to be nice to our stewards. Folks, we're going to be a little nice to our stewards here and see if we can possibly get the reasoning for the different penalties handed out, so we can help convey that to everyone out there. So we're going to be nice to our stewards and wish me luck. Hopefully we can get it done and can give you a bit of an idea of what's being handed out for what, and get a sense of, okay, moving forward, what is the game plan for this race, and who is getting the big wooden spoon dropped on them at a rate of knots. Now, we do have a couple of drivers out getting themselves caught out here, and one of them is Wayne Nell. Hasn't been the easiest drive for him. He manages to get past Kishore Kumar and Seneth Kumar. Malik Motorsports Aston Martin continues on the drive. Fortunately, Kerry Duplessis into the pits, and looks like a bit of a problem coming in for the ASAP team. Now, they had a disconnect and are starting right back at 0. So we do see Vesoloda is in the car, and unfortunately, it looks like they had a disconnect and will be starting from lap 0. So not exactly what the team wanted to have, and now will be trying to will themselves to go on, and from us, we would like to see them back out on track. They've so far done an hour and a bit of racing. There's still plenty of time to go, plenty of positions that can be made up during the course of the race. The question is, who's going to be able to keep on going? I mean, this is pretty much a hard run, and where on earth they're going to go. So we are getting a few results coming in here, as Patterson, unfortunately, a drive-through penalty in 19th position, and Christian Zetzman will have a 22nd, and Lucas Collin getting a drive-through penalty as well. The track tool team going and getting caught up in a problem. So that is Lucas Collin, who will be going and serving that drive-through penalty. It will not be a driver handover, and the fight between Henry Platt and Graham Kenny, Lap 50, landed up with a bit of a rejoin, and unfortunately was a bit of a rough time. He's got 20 seconds handed out to him. That's going to be handed on to Christian Zetzman to deal with during the course of the race. And another one with Herman Whitner and Jared McComb going and landing up with a bit of a problem as well. And that also looks like a 15-second penalty that has been issued to the drivers during the course of that. So we are starting to see penalties rolling through on teams and drivers. Not going to be too happy on that one. And ultimately going to be thinking, what on earth do they have to do? So Rick Thomas trying to break away from Henry Platt, but knowing that there is a 15-second penalty that is looming on Rick Thomas and Henry Platt, or it has been served. I think it's possibly been served. And that is ultimately turning into a bit of a nasty run. 15-second, that was to Henry Platt that he had to serve on the previous stop. As Christian Pingler back in the car, trying to get himself going. He's chasing down Andrew Harris, who's now behind the wheel. So Gianluca handing over the car to Andrew Harris, and now trying to get going, and needs to break away from Christian Pingler. Both of them had a little bit of a breathing room. Now it's all about trying to keep up a solid drive as a Moscow Motorsport driver takes on the Extreme Sim Racing team. Rick Thomas tried to fight around the outside, couldn't quite get it done. Henry Platt able to carry on the drive, teaming up in the Team Wolf car, now hoping that he can keep a solid run up through the order. The question is, how far is he willing to go? Now Stewart's working a little bit overtime now, trying to sort through the incidents. We've seen a couple of those incident points being handed out. Wayne Nell keeps pressure on Kishore Kumar, trying to push that a little bit harder and see where exactly he can get involved in the fight at this moment, with Michael Hassenbrook, who is well 10 seconds ahead of the bunch. Michael Hassenbrook will be hoping on for a stellar driving to see the McLaren up ahead of him. That is Jean-Ray Pretorius, the ATS Motorsport. So handed over from the likes of Heinz Bose. He's now in the car. He's sitting in 11th at the moment. So Jean-Drew is now trying to get that little bit more of a run. Once again, we do welcome all our drivers and teams that are out in the world, busy going and chatting and keeping an eye on the racing. You are more than welcome to the interview commentary waiting room in the RaceFace.Pro Discord. We'll bring you in for a chat and go and find out how the race is going. Also, you can feel free to shout out to all the amazing fans out in the virtual grandstands on both ERA and RaceFace.Pro, as we streaming live to 2 different channels at the same time, which is incredible, as a joint effort between ERA and RaceFace.Pro. Absolutely incredible to see it. Wonderful to see the drivers going and moving forward, and who exactly is able to stand up through the charge, and where are they going to be at the end of round 1. We've got 6 rounds in this championship, and everyone hoping to get a solid start for the run. as both communities have been asking for endurance championships to return. Well, now it has, and it will be out in full force, as we do see Donovan Leyer now getting absolutely mugged as Christian Fengler went right onto the back of him, and immediately Andrew Harris trying to see where he can get on by. Couldn't quite get past likes of Donovan Leyer into the final corner, and losing out that little bit of time. So Christian Fengler up ahead, and will be trying to figure out, okay, how can I close that gap and really make it mine to bring ourselves back in towards the fight. 25 cars remain, 26 started. Unfortunately, one car out, and that was due to a technical difficulty. It's good to see so many drivers still going and giving it their absolute run through the order, not to be caught out and not wanting to land up with an issue. As we do see one person, this is Marcel Kowalski, landing up with a drive-through penalty. The Root Hyper Sports going and getting caught out with a drive-through penalty, and not exactly how they wanted it to go. We'll be trying to figure out what exactly is going to be the next plan to move forward. Michael Ossenbrook onto the back of Dieter, who is not waiting around at the moment. Dieter trying to get past the likes of Bull Blankenship ahead of him. That Nissan GTR has got some serious legs down the straight that's able to keep Dieter at bay, but Michael Hassenbrook is going to be counting on that as he's all over the back, trying to see where he can get on by. Immediately, Dieter looks for the inside. He's speared for it. Unfortunately, couldn't quite keep the car in check. He loses out a bit of a drive. Hassenbrook says thank you very much. Dieter was able to return to the circuit only just ahead of Michael Hassenbrook. And now Dieter, feeling the pressure there, needs to try and keep going. Michael looks down the inside. He goes for the pass. Can he get it done? Launches it by Michael Hassenbrook, getting ahead of Dieter on a Spielman. And now looking to open up that gap once again, as we do see the Nissan GTR of Bull Blankenship trying to get a little bit closer. The team hoping that it's going to be their time to move on forward. Absolutely incredible stuff, and wonderful to see the drivers still at this stage of the game keeping involved in the fights, keeping their hand into it, and not wanting to lose out on the run. Fun Escape, we saw earlier, getting involved in a little bit of carnage, now trying to keep himself up onto the back of Christian Zetzman, part of the Zetzman brothers, and the RAV AMRK now trying to break away from the Extreme Sim Racing Team Limited team, and they're lying in 13th position, while Zetzman holds on to 12th at this stage of the game. Trying to move out and forward as Donovan Leyer unfortunately twisted around into the dirt yet again, losing out to Kerry Patterson, and now just continuing on the drive. Christian Fengler trying to move up through the order as he's going side by side. He sees Dieter running into a bit of a problem, gets past, and immediately it was Andrew Harris that got felled up and now stuck on the outside. He's trying to get past Dieter as quick as possible. Fortunately, not having it work out his way. The Midnight Racing Endurance trying to figure out what is the big plan here. Late on the anchors, throwing it down the inside, seeing where he can get that little bit of drive. Fortunately, not working out in his favor at the moment. And everyone trying to identify where exactly can they get that solid run up through the order without getting caught out, without running into any trouble. And we'll be thinking, right, what's the game plan here? As they go down the inside. Andrew Harris able to make up position, as we did see Dieter running into a bit of a problem with Bull Blankenship, who went down the inside. What on earth happened here? Let's go quickly to our header cam and see what happened of that pass heading into turn one. Dieter, who's a lap down on all the drivers ahead of him, got the run of note. He did see, so Bull Blankenship not quite having the easiest run. We'll see that Dieter slowed down. He comes rocketing up on the inside. Contact between the two. Dieter's able to get going, but Bull unfortunately landing up in the dirt. Now trying to recover that car after a little bit of side-on contact. A bit short-sighted to the battles up ahead. And that unfortunately has taken him down the order and wanting to try and fight his way back into the mix. So been a bit of a difficult one as we nearing the 1 minute and 42 seconds left as we'll complete our second hour of the 6-hour race. Vesselwader still into the pits. They're trying to get themselves out and going to return to the race and be a part of all the racing action here for round one. Benjamin Till taking over the car from Keegan Bowen for the Ravenous Motorsport. Now serving a drive-through penalty. Track limits exceeded, unfortunately, going and hammering this team, and now they've just down the pit lane, trundling on very, very slowly. Not going to be too impressed by that one. Not exactly what they wanted to have so early on in the race, but was able to quickly bring it down to pit lane, get that drive-through sorted out. And Benjamin Till now heading back out on track. Jaco Nadir is going to see there's an option here to go and gain a position, but he's going to have to really close up the distance to Benjamin Till, who's just gotten off the button and onto the power. Kerry Paxton, unfortunately, drive-through penalty coming in for the Track Tool team, and in the Bosch colours. Very, very pretty colours. Ooh, going off into the wall. And, wow. What on earth happened there to Kerry? Let's quickly take a look from the interior of what happened to the driver, Kerry Paxton, who was on a solid charge. Flat on the gas. Right on by. Into 6th. 5th. Bang, into the wall. And unfortunately, that is one BMW that went smack bang in wall, possibly with hardware failure, because there's Kerry up and going yet again. So, bit of hardware failure, unfortunately stepping into that car and spiked into the wall at quite a rate of knots. Unfortunately, we'll have to try and figure out what to do, and now change up the race. Not only that you've got to drive through, but also landing up, going and smashing the nose on that car. Not exactly how they want to go. And we'll be trying to find out that little bit of time once again out on the circuit. With that being said, just a reminder to all the teams out there, if you do want to come on air and have a chat to us, you are more than welcome to come over to the RaceFace.Pro Discord up in the interview waiting room, and we'll get you guys back on air. We had a chat to Christian Thingler a little bit earlier on to get a bit of an idea of what the Track Tool team have got planned for their racing. Kashaw trying to get going in the 399 car, and he's in the Aston Martin, putting a bit of pressure on Dieter Spillman just ahead, and Dieter managing just to hold back the gap just a little bit at the moment. The 777 wanting to go and keep a solid drive right now, seeing if they can keep on going. I mean, this is always a tough race indeed for our drivers, and everyone having to try and figure out what can they do to move forward. How exactly can they stand on the top? That's Ruben Heineke now into pit lane with Kerry into the pits as well. Down to 24 drivers, as it looks like we may have lost the ASAP team with the likes of Vessel Woda, unfortunately calling it quits on the car after a disconnect. And rather unfortunate to see a couple of drivers having to retire with incidents and just breakdowns all in toll. I mean, this is absolutely great stuff to see our drivers moving forward, but unfortunately a couple of drivers starting to feel the wear and tear of endurance racing, as Christian Zetzman now putting a bit of pressure on the likes of going for the escape at the moment. The 85 Ferrari trying to keep going, the Ferrari 296 out there for the Extreme Sim Racing team, looking to try and move up through the order. It's always going to be a tough time to keep the momentum and not lose the drive at this stage of the game, hoping to try and send out for the win. But as we've gone past just over the hour mark, let's recap where our drivers are after the first round pit stops. It's David Roth in for his third stint at the moment for the Fear the Bones team. Jason Farmer holds on to second place for the Griffin Sim Racing team. Team Wolf Moscow Motorsports up into third, with Extreme Sim Racing up into fourth. Christian Fengler for Track Tool team out there in the Lamborghini, being chased down by Andrew Harris of the Midnight Racing Endurance. Track Tool team, BMW, Lucas Collab into 7th. Ruben Heineke in the Griffin Sim Racing team holds on to 8th. Benjamin Till for the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro in 9th, and Team HSC holds on to that top 10. A little bit down the order as we got the ATS Motorsport holding on to 11th position, making their debut The racing debut out in endurance racing here at RaceFace.Pro and at ERA for the very first time here tonight, which is absolutely wonderful to have it. And unfortunately, we seem to have whales catching cables in the seaside yet again. The Extreme Sim Racing Team Limited, Johan van der Schaaf, holds on 12th with Christian Zetzman of the RAV AMR in 13th. Griffith Sim Racing, Michael Assenbrook holds on 14th with Manic Motors in 15th position. Team Vixen Body holds on to 16th with Wayne Nell of Unity Esports. Root Hypersports on to the back, Marcel Kowalski and Donovan Leia for the Logistical Nightmare Racing Team. The Honda Team Motul for Quibus Maynard. Kerry of the Track Tool team into the pits, still trying to get some work done on the car. Draper Racing Arc along with V&O BMW Endurance holding on to the final 24 at the moment. Drivers trying to circulate at the moment as we do see Donovan Leia yet again into the dirt and losing that little bit of time. Going to be quite frustrated. The car not playing nicely with him out here today. Going and losing a little bit of time out at the sharp end of the field. But with that being said, let's talk about Fear the Bones at the moment. They currently lead out by 9 seconds over one driver who is a solo driver in the top 5, and that is Jason Farmer. He's hoping to stay in the top 5, but will be running the full 6-hour stint. And I know that Antonio Gamble will be going and saying, come on, Jason Farmer, let's keep going. We'll be helping out with cool drinks, helping out with a bit of nibbles on the side to keep them going. And also, being a solo effort is never an easy time out there. David Roth comes into the pits and Alex, was it a drive-through? Yes, it is. It was a drive-through for David Roth. So serving his drive-through, and that would have been picked up for Track Limits Exceeded. Our leader doing a unplanned run, and that's allowed Jason Farmer to snatch up that first place away from him. And our Farmer trying to stretch his legs involved in the fight as well. So that is an absolute wonderful charge. And for David Roth, it's a bit of a frustrating run to see that he's down the order. But let's talk to a driver for the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro team as we see Benjamin Till. Oh, there goes full Ewan into the wall just in the background. A little bit bent, broken, and bust on that one. Let's have a chat to Keegan Bone, who was just in the Mustang for the Ravenous Motorsport team. Keegan, welcome to the commentary box. And how is the race going for you guys? Been a little bit of a up and down race. I saw a bit of contact early on in through the pits with a penalty, but still holding on to that top 10.
Yeah, Stephen has been very good. Super enjoyable. Decided to give the Mustang a bit of a try with the Enduro series, so change it from the Aston. It's been very forgiving, although that tap on the rear was just one of those things. And then I left Mr. Till 3 warnings before he climbed into the car, so he got a little bit of a surprise there when he went over the track limits, and now he's just throwing insults at me, so I decided to come join you.
So it was his fault he got the drive-through. It's never the person that got the warnings. It's always the person who got
precisely.
Okay, he's the one that got caught.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As long as we're using that logic, if you got caught, you're the one that caused trouble. It's not. Don't worry about whatever happened behind. Past stays past. Leave sleeping dogs lie sort of approach. But how is it out on circuit? 26 cars started here at Misano. It is a difficult circuit. And also you've got drivers varying levels that have never raced against one another before. I know that you've never been on the track with Christian Fengler, dealing with the drivers there, and a lot of the RaceFace drivers not dealing with ERA not dealing with RaceFace now, all getting clumped up together to do this endurance race. It must have been quite a thing to see the different names out there, but also getting to see the different driving levels of the competitors.
Yeah, it's definitely a big change because, week after week driving with the same guys, who's safe to drive with, who isn't, who to give a bit of a wide berth to. So trying to learn on the fly on the track with 6 hours of racing to go, it does make it quite difficult. especially trying to maneuver through them. Misano is also a very windy track, so them trying to give space either on the inside or on the outside can make it quite sketchy, to say the least. But it's a lot of fun. It's keeping us very busy and on our toes in between everything. So yeah, it adds a different level of pace to the race, which is really enjoyable. Sometimes you get really lucky and they slow down the guy in front of you so you can catch up. Other times they're driving through you, so you have to play catch up yourself.
Well, with that being said, what's the game plan for the rest of the endurance now? Benjamin behind the wheel of the car, 8 seconds behind Ruin Heineke of the Griffin Sim Racing team. What is the plan to get the Mustang up towards the sharp end of the field and be a part of the fight, as we do see a little bit of contact going on? That's Nell, it's caught out, and it also seems like one of the Extreme Sim Racing cars getting caught up in a bit of a mess as well. That might have been the 85 car that's just been caught up, and that's Jan van der Scheef.
Yeah, I think everyone is also running different strats, as we've noticed. Heineke in front of us has pitted slightly early, so we think that they've done their well, obviously, you know, we have to run 53 minutes stints, so we think they've done their first very short stint, their little 40-minute one, and they're going to just push the rest of the 53 minutes out. So it's definitely created an interesting desync on track between us and them. So it's nice to see them on track and catch up, and then they jump into the pits, and then a few laps later we jumping into the pits, and we doing this back and forth. So we've noticed that with a few teams. Some are running like shorter stints just overall, so they'll run something a little bit shorter so that they can have their longer 53-minute stints right at the end. And yeah, so it's been interesting seeing the different variations, and yeah, maneuvering in between everything and trying not to get caught out has definitely paid off well in terms of making it for exciting racing, as you've seen.
Well, it's been a great one to watch and chat about, but that being said, we're into the final 3 hours and 48 minutes of the race. Before I let you go to enjoy chatting to your teammate, who obviously it's his fault he got the drive-through. I mean, come on, like really, do better.
Really, yeah, exactly. Watch him leave me with the drive-through next.
Anything you would like to say to all the spectators currently watching and cheering on at home, right here at RaceFace.Pro and ERA for the first ever round of the Endurance Championship, with both of the sides being part of it?
Yeah, just really appreciate everybody coming out and supporting. I know it's a long night for both the drivers and the spectators, so I hope you all have lots of snacks and lots of drinks and cheer us on as much as you can on all the streams. And yeah, we'll see you all after the race.
Absolutely wonderful. And we'll chat to you soon, Keegan, because I know you're going to be jumping back into the car. And oh, by the way, when you get back, ask Benjamin how come Dr. Bean has not been giving him advice on how to drive properly. I mean, come on.
I'll definitely bring it up. Thanks, Stephen.
Keegan Bowen going and chatting to us from the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro Mustang, as we did get a little bit of an interesting chat about what exactly is happening out on track. That being said, a couple of more problems coming into play. We've lost yet another driver out all around. We're down to 23 drivers. It's still out and circulating at this stage of the game, with the likes of Timothy Voljoen still out on track. The stop go 30 seconds is for Patterson, unfortunately, being caught out, and we'll be trying to make up some time. Stop go 30 seconds for getting off the button a little bit early. Patterson, after fixing the car, going nose first into the barrier, now's got a bit of work to do to try and bring himself back up in towards the sharp end of the fight. Also, not to lose a little bit of time out there. All the drivers looking to move forward. It's Christian Zetzman now into the pits, trying to get himself sorted out as well. We heard that there is different pit stop strategies, and the teams are noticing it. They're trying to identify who is on what strategies to try and move forward. Question is, who's going to be able to get going out on circuit and also see where exactly they can move forward as going and helping. And I do want to point out, we've always talked about people helping out in the background. I'd like to point out to Mrs. helping out with cool drinks. Thank you very much. One-on bandit over here has to now just go and try and sort things out after the fact. But still, some good racing up through the order, and drivers trying to really make out what is going to help them during the course of this race and where exactly they can move forward. Question is, now that we're starting to go through the absolute run down the order, who is going to be at the sharp end of the field? Who will be walking away at the top end? And we've got a couple of chats out there in the virtual grandstands as well. Once again, we do extend a welcome to drivers as well to join us out in the commentary box, out in our Discord. More than happy to bring in for a bit of a chat. But a couple of drivers, one of them, BKB, going and saying, good for my stint. I was fearing a 3-cut stint. Well, unfortunately, landing up with a close run there as well. As I do think a number of drivers starting to get close to those 3 cuts and starting to think, okay, what is the game plan here? Michael Hassenbrook holds on with the likes of Wayne Nell holding on to 17th position. Hassenbrook running out a little bit wide. Wayne getting right into the back of them. They do have the Extreme Sim Racing team right behind, and that might be Rick Thomas who is caught up behind them, trying to move forward. And we'll be right back after a short break. And we are back, folks, and so far been an interesting one. Kerry back into the pits after a little bit of a restart to the car, and we'll be exiting pit lane, so getting some drivers back out on track after some running into a bit of problems out on the circuit. And we do have, once again, the whales crashing into cables in the ocean, and that has been making a little bit of fun as Andre Harris comes to a stop, and it does look like Jean-Andre Pretorius landing into a little bit of an issue as well. Harris stopped out on circuit. So that is a BMW with a problem that's able to get restarted and get going. Midnight Racing running into a little bit of a short issue there, and now losing out a lot of time. Ruin Heineke up into 7th position. Lucas Collin up into 6th. Christian Fingler up into 5th. Jason Farmer up into 4th, getting past the likes of Wayne Nell. The only driver in the Audi R8, might I add. Now continuing on a stellar drive, and looking to move up through the order and wanting to keep the solid run right the way through. We've got Christian Fingler running in 5th. Rick Thomas for the Extreme Sim Racing team in car 74 out there in the Ferrari, holding on to 3rd, with Henry Platz for Team Wolf Moscow holding on to 2nd, and David Roth now into the pit lane. The question is this going to be a driver change? So far he's been in since the start of the race, and now trying to see what's going to happen as Henry Platt able to go and lengthen his legs a little bit more up into 1st place. Rick Thomas trying to close up the gap. We'll be seeing Dave Groth in the pits and seeing an opportunity to move up through the order and hopefully look at extending their run a little bit more. Herman Wettner climbed out of the car. Rick Thomas climbed in after Chris Biermester was in the car for a short amount of time, and they will be focusing on a solid effort. And a number of drivers keeping a very close eye on the matters. Oh, unfortunately, the back end stepping out for logistical Nightmare Racing. Donovan Leia, who was able to bring the car to a halt before catching any walls. Unfortunately, losing a lot of time out there. They'll allow Chris Mainhart to close up in the Honda NSX to see if he can get involved in the fight as well. David Roth still in the pits. Lucas Collin going and taking 5th place away from him. So David Roth now leaving pit lane, and it looks like going to be continuing on the race. No change of driver, so no Christoph Peterson and no Lindbergs in the seat. David Roth gonna see it through, and this is an interesting one. Is he going to be going halfway into the race, 3 hours left of the race, then possibly do a changeover, or is he going to keep up that solid run right the way through? We're going to try and find out. But that being said, we got the Extreme Sim Racing team driver Chris Criff to come and have a chat to us, and it's wonderful to have Chris in. Chris, welcome to the commentary box, and wonderful to have you here. A bit of a interesting race down in the Extreme Sim Racing team. How are you enjoying the drive?
Good evening. Yeah, no, it's been great so far. I started off with a double stint just so I can get our B team up and running, so that they can have a fair shot and getting some times in and not just being a blue flag constantly. But yeah, you know, everyone's having a lot of fun. Team's focused, not a lot of major incidents, so we are very happy with the performance so far.
Sitting in 12th at the moment, trying to close up a little bit of time, 22 seconds behind Pretorius in 11th position. What is the game plan moving forward for the team? We do know that you guys have been working around the clock to try and get the drivers up to pace, but also now that you're in the 6-hour race, you've come in with a plan, you've thrown away the plan, you put another plan together, that plan's been dumped in the bin. What is the new plan that's been made?
So yeah, no, our A-team drivers, I think Rick is currently in the car at the moment. They're doing their thing. They've got their strategy set up, and in terms of the B team, which I'm leading for this evening, it's just about the experience, you know, just getting them on track, getting them the driving time, and just experiencing what an enduro is like. So, you know what, whether or not we actually end up coming 12th or 22nd with the B team, it's not about that. It's just about the experience and making sure everyone has fun.
Making sure they don't become part of the memes that come out on the TikTok page.
That I will be posting.
There we go. There we go. And getting told by the little race boss at home that drive faster. That being said, sporting a tribute livery on both of the cars. You mind giving us a bit of an idea of what's it about? It's not the usual red and black that we've seen the cars hanging around in. It's now a pure white car, a little bit of police icons over it. Give us a bit of an idea of what it's all about.
So it's actually a very, very funny story how we came with this livery. So Chris Bohm is one of our drivers in the A team. He works for the Metro Police, and apparently the one day the chief walked into the office or something of the sort and said like, listen, what is this driving that you're doing here? We hear you are racing, what is going on? And then he first had to explain, no, it's sim racing, it's not actual racing or anything of the sort. And then they were like, yeah, no, but what if you actually drive in police colors? You know, we sort that out, all of that. So we had a bit of a chat with the team, and then we decided for all of the endurance races that we're going to be doing, we are going to be running in the Metro Police colors. It's a bit of a tribute to all of the people who dedicate their lives and their time to be public servants.
Absolutely wonderful, and we've also seen everyone giving it a big run through the order, and it's wonderful to see that bit of a tribute as we just saw, unfortunately, Graham Kelly getting a little bit out of shape, trying to fight out with Van der Schaaf ahead of him. But with that being said, the team itself has been on a big push of late to increase media presence, to be able to drive in various events. You guys gotten involved with ERA, you're out at RaceFace.Pro. What's been the big drive from the Extreme Sim Racing team from your side that's been, well, we got to be out there a little bit more?
You know, it's not really all that complicated of a story at all. It's just about increasing awareness for the scene in the area. You know, guys spend thousands and thousands and thousands of rand on their rigs, and they spend another 1,000 hours trying to drive, you know, and improve on their skills. And I just feel like when running this team, I wanted to do things a little bit differently. I want to make sure that they get the proper exposure for all of the effort that they put into it, and that's been the main driving force. It's all just about my team and making sure they get the spotlight that they deserve.
And now we got to talk about your plan for this race, because you're talking about your A team, your B team, where they sitting. What is Chris Krief's plan to go and fight it out? I'm sure sitting in 12th place is fun and all, but that top 10 is looking rather tasty considering it's within arm's reach at the moment.
Yeah, so essentially the plan that we ran on, we've got Johan van der Schaaf now right in the car now. Then after that, we're going to put Dietrich Putzi in, and then they are going to shift again. And then we have yet to decide who is going to drive our final stint. But the main strategy that I came in with the B team is I drove the first 2 stints. I did not swap tires, so I'm keeping that last set of tires fresh for the last stint of the race. So to see whether or not we can start making up time, because I'm not too well versed, but as far as I understand, we're only allowed 6 sets of tires in this specific league. And yeah, we've got 7 stints in total because of the 53-minute stint timer that is currently running. So I drove 2 stints, 1 set of tires, so that we have a fresh set for at the end to see whether or not we can start making up some time there when people start getting tired and making mistakes and having all kinds of shenanigans with their cars that are not cooperating with them.
Fair enough. So trying to play the long card in this race. Well, before I let you go to rejoin the team, as we do see things getting a little bit heated with Johan van der Schaaf trying to hold his line going after likes of Pretorius, Jean-Andre Pretorius, the ATS Motorsport that is currently ahead of you guys. Anything you would like to say out to the crowd, the entire crowd out in ERA here at RaceFace.Pro, just everyone cheering in from the outside that's getting to tune in, watch, and also getting to watch from your own live stream, because I know you guys are out live right now listening to the entire conversation.
Yeah, no, all I want to say is, you know what, to all of the drivers, do your drive, have fun, enjoy it. This is sim racing, it is very serious. People spend a lot of time on it, but at the end of the day, we are here to enjoy this. Make sure that you remember that goal. In terms of any followers or anyone who is busy watching the race on any of the lead streams or anything of the sort, thank you so much for all of your support, and find a way how you can get involved with sim racing. You don't have to be a driver. You don't have to be behind the wheel and on the track with all of this pressure. Find your own little way how you can get involved. And if we have enough people that start supporting and actually just participating even in the backside also, you know, like with the league admins and all of the work that you guys are doing. It's incredible work, you know. Just find your little bit that you can do and work on it every day, and you will see it grow. Thank you so much for all of the support. It is really, really appreciated.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. And guys, take a look at the Extreme Sim Racing team. With that being said, we're taking a look at Extreme Sim Racing team right now. Chris, I'm going to leave it be because Rick Thomas has got a Jason Farmer problem, and they're fighting out for second and third. So, Chris, good luck, and we look forward to having a chat to the rest of the drivers a little bit later on today.
Sure thing. Thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely wonderful to have a chat to Chris Griff. It's actually been a long time since I've spoken to Chris. I think nearly a year since the two of us have landed up having a bit of a chat to one another. But let's talk about what we're seeing on track right now. It is Jason Farmer hunting down Rick Thomas, looking for the inside line on the exit, got his foot on the throttle early, and now it's side by side as they charge their way through. Rick trying to keep the momentum, will swing it around the outside through the right-hand kink. It's going to be Farmer stuck on the inside, not backing down, both of them not yielding, but ultimately it's going to be Jason Farmer's trying to slow the car down. He does. Farmer up into second place, Rick Thomas down into third, 0.4 of a second separating the two of them, and continuing their fight. Absolutely incredible driving. And we have got an absolute interesting chat coming in where we're having a chat about the Bullocks official. That was the blue Mustang we saw a little bit earlier. That seems to be unfortunately out of the race. It's the 999. Had a incredible drive. Unfortunately ran into a few problems, had a massive flat spot, and then the PC decided to cook itself and landed up with an overheat. So hopefully we can get the Bullocks official team back in. So this is a call out to the Bullocks team. Please try to get that car sorted out. Come join us back on the track. Come and see it through to the end. It's always well worth seeing our drivers fight through to the very end and not wanting to see guys lose out. Unfortunately, Jan van der Schaaf for the drive-through penalty, and that is for track limits exceeded, and once again getting caught out in a bit of a problem. Now we do have a driver coming to have a chat with us in the Discord called Salt. We'll let them introduce themselves and give us a bit of an insight from their team. So welcome to the commentary box. Before we go, you mind letting us know who you are and which racing team you're with.
Hi, so I'm Jacob Blankenship here in the States. I'm Bullocks official. I was 999.
Car 999, we were just talking about you. Now, what on earth happened to the Mustang? You were out in a solid fight, getting into a brawl with competitors out there, and then all of a sudden, not working out to plan, and, well, you're up here in the commentary box, and the Mustang is parked in the pits at the moment.
So I'm currently talking to you from my phone, trying to get my PC ordered. Back in lap 60, I was fighting a severe flat spot on my left from multiple lockups, and then I think it's lap 72 that I was going through. I just crossed the line, and I heard the click, and then I got the blue screen, and my room is, I'd say, about 100 degrees right now.
Oh boy, not exactly how you wanted things to go. And not really how things are to go. But while you were out on the circuit, while you're going to race, how was it out there, just on grid with 26 cars, 26 teams, multiple drivers, and getting to duke it out with drivers that, well, you haven't raced against? Jacob, you've been in the ERA scene for quite some time, but now getting to be around some of the South African scene here at RaceFace.Pro, this is a complete evolution where there's a little bit of knowing some, but there's a lot of new names and faces on both sides of the coin.
I'm not too familiar with a lot of the races, and I'm going to go ahead and preface this by saying that I've never done anything like this before. This is one of my first massive races, and definitely my first endurance race. And I know that I'm not the fastest. I definitely know that. I'm one of the slower people. But my goal was just to finish, because even that for me was enough prestige. And then, there's definitely a lot of traffic. It gets very hectic, especially around lap 50 and 60 when everybody starts to recongeal. Around 60 and 70, I was fighting in between cars a lot, trying not to get knocked off. And then we had an unfortunate contact with a yellow Porsche. I don't know his name, unfortunately, but I'm glad to see that I didn't push him off the track. I wrecked myself out. It gets very crazy very quickly. I did not expect it.
Well, it's racing is racing, and sometimes a bit of rubbing is racing. But that being said, we really, really hope that you're able to get the PC sorted, that you're able to get back and behind the wheel. Hopefully, it's all carries on. But we're also, I do want to point out, I've done a little bit of sniffing and found out that you are an airsofter as well. So not only just involved with the likes of sim racing, but also involved in multiple other sports. But what they're being airsoft, if you had to compare your race at the moment to an airsoft brand, is this like a G&G where you know it's reliable, it just works? Is it KWA where there's a lot of impact with it, or what would you say? Well, no, even yet, let's get into the more hot topic. HPA, GBBR, or AEG?
Oh, AEG all the way. I hate HPA players. You guys suck. It's everybody messing around with their regulators constantly, not a single steady player. But as for the race, I love the Nissan. It handles like a boat, and I love that. It's steady, it's strong, and you're not going to run into a lot of issues as long as you know how to handle it. And that's one of the things that I loved about the Nissan. There's just not a lot of differences. It's very repetitive. It's definitely a G&G.
There we go. Absolutely love to hear it. Before I let you go, so carry on trying to get the PC up and going, and fingers crossed that you can get that up and going. Anything you would like to say to all the race fans out here at RaceFace.Pro and at ERA, to everyone that's cheering on? And I know everyone at home is going and saying, come on, let's get that going. So for those out in the virtual grandstands, show the love. Let's see if we can get the Mr. Bull back out on the track to go and join us for the racing. But anything you would like to say to all the fans out there in the virtual grandstands, to the drivers and teams that you're going to race with, and hopefully we'll get to chat to you towards the end of the race after you've done seeing it through to the end.
I'm happy to be here. I'm glad that they let me join their ranks as an equal. I was very worried that I'd get talked down to, and they're very welcoming. Even Fengler, who I definitely gave a hard time in the beginning just because I'm so new. And I'd see a little bit of conversation about me in the chat, and I'm glad that people showed up, and I'm glad that people are watching this, because this was very important to me. I'm glad that it's important to other people. Very good racers out there.
Absolutely wonderful, and we look forward to seeing you getting that car up and going and rejoining the circuit, because, well, you are missed, and we do want to see, for your first ever endurance, you saw the green. So, in the immortal words, I'll repeat the whole time. You've seen the green, so now you got to see the checkered. Fingers crossed we can get that PC up and going. Keep us updated.
Will do. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
Have a great one. Absolutely wonderful to have a chat to the drivers. And Mr. Bull going and having a bit of a chat to us on there. And the Bullocks official going and giving us a bit of a what happening as Carl Oosthuizen into a problem, and that is Donovan Leyer as well. So Oosthuizen landing up in a bit of a spin. What on earth happened to him? As we are having a chat to so many people in the short amount of time. Absolutely love it to get a bit of an insight. And oh boy, anti-cut curbs, round, out. Oh, massive contact. That was against one of the extreme sim racing team, but who exactly was that took the impact? It was Herman Wepner that took the impact. That is the Extreme Sim Racing Team A car. And Wepner absolutely had nowhere to go. Unfortunately, Oosthuizen was a passenger in his own vehicle, and Wepner nailed him at a rate of knots and just can't turn right. That car is absolutely hemorrhaging right now, from challenging first place to now down the order. Is absolutely in agony, and Herman's trying to bring that car back into the pits. He did not want to let it get towed to extend the lap time. Instead, he's trying to limp it back in, and from running in the top 3, now it all changes for the Extreme Sim Racing team, as they will be rethinking strategies on the way through. Henry Platt now climbs into the car. Jason Farmer leads out the field with Christian Fengler up into second place with the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 out on the track. And quickest way to identify the Huracan Evo is that little airbox on the top. The Hurricane is a straight down the line. There's no airbox on the top. The Evo incorporated that little airbox on the top, and has most certainly helped out with their advanced cooling and a bit of aerodynamics. Lucas Collib up into third place, but he's got pressure from David Roth all over onto the back of him. Roth has been in the car since the start. Collib has been sharing the drive with his teammates and now trying to make it work out absolutely beautifully at the moment. And man, oh man, is it a race and a half right now for third place as Lucas Collib trying to defend against David Roth, and the two of them brawling it out. Collib has fought out against Roth a few times. Unfortunately, the rear not quite giving him the run. And David Roth, the Fear the Bones driver, trying to swing around the outside. Collib saying, no, thank you, not going to happen. Puts a bit of pressure onto the side, allows for that little bit of a run through, and immediately David Roth getting a bit of a snap oversteer on the exit, feeling it and trying to pull his way back into contention. So a few drivers running into problems, others landing up, going and having their entire races changed in a matter of moments. And what a wonderful time it has been to commentate thus far on the race, but we are witnessing battles up through the order. Farmer still to get in the pits, and we do see Lucas Collib baited to then pull into the pits, causing Roth to nearly follow him through. He now takes over third place. Into first place as Farmer, Fingler, and Collib into the pits. Roth retakes the lead of the race. Jared Bakum jumps into the car as Henry Platt was just absolutely yeeted out the seat. I think for any of the youngsters out there can use that terminology. For any of us older folks, well, he was absolutely sent flying out of the seat. There was a grab on the overalls and a send of Henry Platt getting chucked out the seat to allow Jared McComb to get into the seat. He's been waiting, itching, biting, chomping, and waiting for his opportunity to get in, and now needs to put in those times. Running in second place for the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport car. Henry Platt was behind the wheel. We did see a little bit early on, Jan Begard-Frobler was sitting in for a solid drive as well. And now he's going to be trying to figure out where on earth can he try and open up this run. This is always going to be a difficult chance for the drivers to really put in a solid run. And who exactly is going to be in for the top of the running order come the end of this race? And so far we've seen some big changes, and the big change coming in, that is David Roth, who's unfortunately got turned around. What on earth happened to the Honda NSX driver? The Fear the Bones was doing so well until it seems like it was not. David Roth was up into the lead with tons of room to play with. In through the double right on the curbs. Did he go over the anti-cut curb? Went over the curbing. The rear stepped out. He caught it. And she went for a slide yet again, unfortunately hurting those tires. And now going to be trying to pick up the pieces of that space and get involved back into the fight. That has just allowed Jared to close up 6 seconds onto the back of David Roth. Ren Heineke pulls into the pits, and the Griffith Sim Racing trying to get themselves sorted out. James Wheely will be thinking what needs to be done as he's taken over from Christian Fengler. Jason Farmer back out on track. Mon Spritzer out in 6th position. Benjamin Till for the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro out in 7th, with Kieran Harris for the Midnight Motorsport keeping ahead of Jaco Nadir in 9th position. And while we got Ivan Dri Pretorius back behind the wheel after going and seeing the battle going on for the ATS Motorsport, the driver that started out the race. Ivan Dri Pretorius now will be trying to get a little bit more of a run. Chandru managed to have a solid race out there. Hanso Boss was out having a great run. Heinz Boss. Now it's going to be Ivan Dri to move up through the order and hoping to stay in for the fight. Herman Whitner back out on track after having his front end rearranged properly, and went from looking like a Labrador to a, well, pug after hitting and busting the nose up. He now lies in 11th place. Graham Kelly in 12th for the RAV AMR. Michael Assenbrook into the pits trying to get sorted out. That's going to allow Manic Motors to get on by the Extreme Sim Racing Team Limited with Petrus Kutsi now behind the wheel, as we have Team Vixen Bartle in 16th. Unity Esports, Wayne Nell, the only Audi R8 out on circuit, having a good go, trying to see if he can clear on with Kutsi just running ahead of him. Kutsi's a lap ahead of our little Audi, but Wayne Nell getting some support out there from Frosty saying, my man, that's an Audi, love it. And I have to agree, it's beautiful to see an Audi R8 back out on track. It's one of those cars that just gets left behind, unfortunately. Root Hypersports holds on for 18th. Donovan Lair, the Logistical Nightmare Racing, holds on for 19th. Honda Team Mortal, the Werner Jacobs, holds on for 20th. The Draper Racing Arc, Rian Lottrit, holds on for 21st. And 22nd is VNO, BMW Endurance, fighting out at the moment, trying to move up through the order. Rick Thomas getting out of the car, immediately going and seeing his car smashed to pieces with Herman behind the wheel. And will be going and putting his hands in his pockets there as he takes a look and nearly having a bit of a coming together with his own team, his own sister car. And not quite what they wanted out. Herman trying to pull his way back up through the order, but got to be careful in those torpid fights as Jason Farmer keeps the pressure on James Wheely up ahead as well. So we've seen some monstrous fights, we've seen some monstrous impacts, but we've also seen a lot of drivers going and try and see this through no matter what. We did hear from Mr. Ball that he is trying to get his PC up and going after blue screening. He's going to be trying to get that PC back online to see it through to the end for his first ever endurance race right here at ERA and RaceFace. And it's wonderful to have this joint venture by both ERA, Evolution Racing Academy, that runs championships out on Sundays and during the week, and also training sessions for numerous drivers. Absolutely wonderful to have them on board, and mainly located over in the UK, Europe side, and RaceFace.Pro, it's located here in South Africa. Going and being a part of it is absolutely wonderful, and it's going to be a great run indeed. And this is just the start of the championship. This is round one of the Endurance Championship, and so far we've seen a number of drivers able to climb up through the order, others running into a little bit of a hard time, as we do see James Wheely defending like a lion, as some would say, to try and hold back Jason Farmer. I would tend to say he's fighting like a bull to try and keep that prancing horse behind him, the Lamborghini, having a bit of a tough time on the tires. Jason Farmer, who's so far been a solo drive in the car, and trying to keep up and going, having a little bit of a tough time out there, just having to keep an eye on the track and see where exactly they can go without losing too much time here on the circuit. And they are fighting out for third place. Farmer's just putting pressure on the whole way through, and let's see where exactly they can come out on top. Our top 10 still trying to give it everything they can, with only two drivers, David Roth and Joe Bakum, sitting on 103 laps thus far. Wheely and Farmer will come through. They're a little bit further behind. They will jump onto that 103 lap. The ones that are off that lap time, unfortunately, well, that's going to be Harris over here, who will sit on 102. And Benjamin Till, trying to make up some time at the moment, is also a lap down from where he wanted to be. So there's a couple of drivers off the lead lap and trying to stretch open that gap a little bit more, seeing how it's going to work out. Where exactly can they get the run on the order? Where can they stay above the rest of the packers? Ultimately, it's come down to 3 hours and 12 minutes left in this race. And folks, if you're just joining us halfway through the race, or just before the halfway point of this race, a massive welcome to both Evolution Racing Academy, which we're broadcasting out on YouTube, and RaceFace.Pro. We're broadcasting out on YouTube to have both grandstands simultaneously watching the same race, much like having ERA and RaceFace.Pro joining up to make this incredible Endurance Championship a joint venture from two leagues, from two separate parts of the world, going and having a bit of fun, much like our drivers out on track from all the way the UK, Germany, Brazil, and South Africa. We got right into India and many, many more. We've even got some drivers entered from France. If you want to be a part of the show, please go and join up with our different leagues. The Discords are in the description at the bottom to join up with ERA and with RaceFace.Pro. Also out on SimGrid if you want to be joining up in the endurance racing with your team. James Wheatley, unfortunately, not having an easy time out there immediately. Jason Farmer trying to keep a bit of pressure. And there is the 74 of Herman Wepner trying to claw his way back in. Herman is a lap down and trying to see where exactly can he move forward at the moment. It's going to be a tough time for him to get on by, considering the two ahead of him are fighting for third place. Somewhat, he was sitting there at one stage of the game. Unfortunately, a bit of contact through that car down the order. He does look down the inside of Jason Farmer, who puts his nose forward saying, no, buddy, you're not going there, writers now. You're going to have to wait that little bit longer. Farmer keeps the pressure on James, trying to see where he can go. Herman waiting to try and see if he can leg it past. Farmer looks down the inside. James guards the racing line. Not phased, not wanting to be caught out on the run and just holding his line. Farmer having to think outside the box here. What can he do to stay on the run for the Ferrari 296 to get ahead of the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2? And Farmer trying to boot it down the line. Now, I do want to point out, James is in the last of the Lamborghinis that were built off the Audi Motorsport line and is last of the true V10s that's raced in the category. Unfortunately, Lamborghini moving over to the turbocharged V8, much like Ferrari moved away from the V8, the naturally aspirated V8 into the turbocharged V6. So there is that little bit of a changeover. The Lamborghini going into a hybrid design using a hybrid motor, and well, I know for James Wheatley at the moment, what a better way to do it. And a quick flash of light saying thank you very much to Carl Oosthuizen, who minded out of the way there, not getting caught out. Fastest lap of the race was set by Farmer, a 1:33.687 earlier on in the race, and Farmer has been working on that so far. Last lap time was 1:34.6, while James Wheatley did the same on the way through. Unfortunately for one of our drivers all the way out from India, Kishore Kumar, getting a drive-through penalty for track limits exceeded. So the 1:33.6, reminiscent of our qualifying times, now set by the drivers during the course of the week. All the teams had to do a qualifying run before tonight's race, and that set the precedent of where they're going to sit. With 8 minutes time, we'll be at the halfway mark, and Farmer fishing for spots at the moment, trying to really rapidly move left and right to try and get ahead and see if he can try and bug the likes of James Wheatley at the moment. And ultimately that just lost out a little drive to him and allowed Herman Wepner to get a bit closer. Herman's not quite going on the attack. He knows that he can't really intervene too much right now, but he is trying to just identify what's going on as James loses the rear end. James, unfortunately, landing up with the problem. Let's quickly take a look to our helicam to find out what exactly went on. That James lost the rear end of that Lamborghini into the final corner. So making his way through, does see BMW ahead of him, who trying to keep it going. Did he unfortunately get caught? Oh, he got caught on the braking, as it looked like Carl Oosthuizen tried to mine it to the right-hand side. He went on the brakes to try and see if he could let the guys go on the inside. A little bit of a miscommunication there. And James Wheatley, unfortunately, going and running into the rear of that car. So a little bit of miscommunication that's happened. And the guy kept to the racing line, went on the anchors, allowed the driver to come through. Unfortunately, James didn't quite get the snail mail on the way through. Went right into the back of that BMW, checking its sixth cylinder, making sure, yeah, it's all ported, it's all fine, don't worry about it, and carrying on the race on the way through. So not quite what he wanted. I mean, it's gonna be a run up and down through the wire. Drivers now having to think, what can they do to move up through the order? And for James, it's how much time he can reclaim back after that disastrous run. Jason Farmer now with a 12-second gap, and will continue to extend that, with James going and feeding off a little bit of damage to his car. 7 seconds behind him is going to be the second of the track tool team of Mon Spritzer, trying to close up that gap at the moment, trying to see where on earth can he get involved in the fight. So we've got a number of drivers still out there. 22 cars still remain. Teams trying to give it that big push down to the wire. Ultimately, who is going to have a run to work their way forward? And honestly, who can carry on? And just as a note out to those that wanting to register, you're more than welcome to register on both the endurance side and also the championships that each league does have. So join up on the Discord links at the bottom. We do have them in the description. One is ERA, the other one is RaceFace.Pro. Join up on the two Discords and you'll find your way through to go and get part of the championships that run on a weekly basis, that's run on weekends and weekdays, but also you'll also find the SimGrid link to join up with this championship that you're getting to watch round one of right here at Misano. It's absolutely great to have you guys all here, and it's good to see so many drivers coming and being a part of it, and also looking forward to seeing a number of drivers being a part of this incredible racing show right here in the world of ERA and RaceFace. Mon Spritzer holds on for 5th place though, ahead of, well, behind the sister team of James Wheely. Now trying to see where they can claw into the running. Chris Heineke trying to move forward along with Benjamin Till in 7th place. Gotta get that one right. Well folks, let's take a look at who's sitting where, as we've got 3 hours and 4 minutes to go, and immediately, oh boy. James, talk about a stint going wrong. From an impact on the nose to now a drive-through having to be served. That is going to change how the race is going to look like for the track tool team. They will be scratching their head on what to do to move on forward and where exactly they can find that little bit of time. With that being said, with our 3 hour and 3 minute mark, it's Fear the Bones up into 1st place, Team Wolf Moscow into 2nd, and along with this Griffin Sim Racing Pro track tool team Lamborghini in 4th position, with Mon Spritzer track tool team BMW holding on to 5th position. Griffin Sim Racing in 6th place with Chris Heineke, Benjamin Till for Ravenous Motorsport Enduro. Midnight Racing Endurance holding on to 8th, Team HSC holding on to 9th, and ATS Motorsport holding on to that top 10. A little further down, Herman Whitner from the Extreme Sim Racing team, the A car, not the B car, holding on to 11th after a bit of a nasty impact, with Amar K for the Rav Motorsport holding on to 12th. Then we got the Manic Motors of Kishore Kumar and Synthal Kumar, who was out on the track. I wonder if it's 2 drivers that's actually sharing the car, but there's 2 people driving that car. We'll find out a little bit more detail hopefully further on. Extreme Sim Racing Team B team holding on to 14th position, with Team Vixen Bottle in 15th, as we do see James into the pit, so he's drive through. Unity Esports in 16th, along with Root Hypersports in 17th position. Griffin Sim Racing in 18th, Donovan Layer of Logistical Nightmare Racing in 19th, Honda Team Motul, Werner Jacobs in 20th. Trepper Racing, Rian Lotrit holding on to 21st, and rounding out 22 cars is the VNO BMW Endurance, rounding out the pack. Dieter into the pits, James into the pits, and drivers starting to consider. We do know there's a short stop that will be on the cards for a number of drivers. The question is, who's going to be able to keep up a solid run? And ultimately, this is going to be one who can keep up a solid run up and down through the order as we carry on this magnificent battle for round 1 of the championship. And everyone trying to give it that little bit of a run up and down through the order. No one wanting to be caught out at this stage of the game, with 3 hours and 1 minute to go, and all on the cards to move forward. We'll be right back with our commentary as we're going to take a short intermission. We'll be back for the next 3 hours of racing Don't go anywhere, folks. Grab something to drink, grab some popcorn, because I promise you, we're in for a race and a half. I'm going to leave you with our leader currently out on the track, and we're going to go in car for him to see how it is around the song. are back after a couple of laps on board David Roth, who currently leads out the field. with Team Wolf Moscow chasing down in second place. Jason Farmer, the solo driver, the Griffin Sim Racing Pro, trying to move forward and see if he can stay involved in the fight. Mon Spritzer a little further down in fourth place with James Wheely in for that top 5. Chris Heineke for the Griffin Sim Racing team holds on to 6th as our entire field trying to move their way up through the order, trying to stick it out till the very, very end. I mean, this is turning into a race of nutrition now, because we've gone from hardcore racing at the start, everyone seeing the green flag, to now just trying to get into the rhythm. This is where autopilot mode starts to come into play. I mean, this is a tough race for any competitor that is racing in the world of sim racing. And when you think, well, it's just sim racing, can't catch you out, can't be that hard, well, you start to feel it now, because you start to get that buildup of lactic acid in your arms and in your legs. You're not feeling the G-forces, but you are starting to feel a bit of strain. With most of our drivers running on load cell pedals, in other words, pedals that work on pressure force, and that will dictate how things go. So you start to feel it in your calves, you start to feel it in your thighs, the slight bend in the knee. You're realizing, maybe that race seat that looked really cool is not quite what you wanted it to be. You're getting stiff in the back and starting to shift around. This is where you're going to have to try and figure out how to put some of that discomfort to one side and focus on what you can do to race. Unfortunately for Kenyon, always stays in, getting turned round. The BMW Endurance team trying to pick up the pace and landed up pointing in the wrong directions, able to get that car turned around. Rian Lotrit trying to move forward for the Draper Racing arc, and the Draper Racing team hoping to stay in for a solid fight at the moment, as we do see a couple of drivers into the pits. Chris Kriff climbs into the car. We had a chat to him a little bit earlier. And Graham Kelly now jumping into the car as well. So we're seeing a bit of a driver change up in the order. And where exactly is that going to start throwing each of our drivers in this race, and where exactly are they going to sit? Well, that's going to be only time can tell here in the world of endurance racing, right here on ERA and at RaceFace.Pro, a joint effort to continue on with endurance racing right here in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione out on PC. As we take a look at Marcel Kowalski trying to get a little bit of a drive. He's onto the back of Wayne Nell. Dylan Prudgy, unfortunately, with a drive-through penalty for track limits exceeded. So that's another drive-through coming in for our position. I mean, this is absolutely getting caught out, and a number of drivers starting to feel that little bit of pressure, as Kowalski trying to hold on to the back of Nell just ahead of him. Dylan Prudgy now into the pits for doing serving a drive-through penalty. Could see waiting to come off the button. Graham Kelly going and seeing if he can get going and bring up to pace, as our drivers hoping to have a stellar run. Our leader, David Roth, Fear the Bones, out on the circuit, leading out the pack, wanting to go and stretch his legs yet again, and hoping that's going to get him right to the top and stay towards the sharp end of the field. However, 17 seconds behind is Team Wolf, along with Griffin Sim Racing's very own Jason Farmer, hanging on the back, seeing for an opportunity to move up through the order. Always a tough time out there. Always a question of, can he go that little bit further into the race? Mon Spritzer trying to keep ahead of fellow teammate James Wheely, who is holding on to that top 5. So the Track Tool team managing to lock in that 4th and 5th at the moment. Griffin Sim Racing team in 3rd. Team Wolf and Moscow Motorsport in 2nd. And Fear the Bones with the driver that's been in the car since the start, David Roth, has not lost any room and any time since the start of the race. Still keeping in within the 135s, 134s, especially getting caught by in traffic, as Marcel and the likes of Wayne Nell fight it out. The Audi stuck to the outside. Marcel looks for the inside line, couldn't quite get that pass done. Once again, trying to eye out where he can move up through the order. Absolutely great stuff. We do have Ludwig Zitzman going in supporting his brother out on circuit, and saying he's looking forward to returning back after his rotation, and that he will be back in South Africa. So we're looking forward to seeing the Zitzman brothers joining back with one another. And I'm sure that Father Zetzman would be rather happy to see his two sons going and having a shot at the title as well. So, as we keep an eye on the closest battle on circuit, this is for 14th and 15th position. It's not our top 10, but they are fighting out like it's a Grand Prix win right now. As Wayne now trying to keep that Audi ahead. We are over the halfway mark. 2 hours and 51 minutes remain, nearly 2 hours and 15 minutes. And the drivers now need to start questioning their pit stops. This is where it starts getting into, all right, how much time have we got? How much have we got room to move up through the order? And also, how much fuel do we need to save? Do I save that extra 1 or 2? Do I go that little bit longer into the race? Each of those become a problem. But that being said, we do have one driver to join up with us who's racing with Dylan Prudgy, and that is Donovan Lair from Logistical Nightmare Racing. Donovan, welcome to the commentary box, and what a race to be in. A 6-hour endurance race with a joint community effort, and you racing with a race driver that you're usually seeing on the other side of a circuit.
100% correct. Racing with a professional, I should say. But yeah, it's been tough going. The incident first lap, and then there's something going on with the server, because every now and then everything disappears and freezes. I've been off a few times because of that. You basically, everything just disappears. The car, if there's a car in front of you and so on. So I think all the teams are fighting that same issue. You're okay if you get caught on the straight, but when you're going through sweeps and turns, yeah, sometimes you pay the penalty. But other than that, yeah, it's a good race. It's a nice collab. Nice to see a large field compared to last year. Yeah, no, things are going good.
And with that being said, what was the strategy coming into this race between yourself and Dylan Prudgy? I mean, usually we see yourself and Rudy Fenter. Now Dylan getting involved in the battle. What was the game plan in the race to last out the 6 hours and to try and push yourself into the top 15?
Well, the goal was, what threw a spanner in the works was the stint timer for the drivers. So previous calculations didn't work. So the strategy was try and see where we could save on time, and try and save tires if possible, and fuel at the same time, and just try and be consistent. And it was going well up to a point. I think we did make it to, I think it was the 14th place after recovering from the incident. But yeah, just the bugs, or I should say the glitch that's happening, it just threw a span in the works. But yeah, I think this year you just need to be constant. Track limits, avoid that 100%, because as you saw, we just got one a few laps back. It does cost you time, yeah. So you need to be consistent and stay off the track limits.
This is the first time you and Dylan have actually worked together in a race right here at RaceFace.Pro, but also in South Africa. How did the conversation bridge out where, well, you're jumping in with Dylan in a car, in an endurance race, you're running Logistical Nightmare Racing console division. You've been involved in racing in console, ACC, iRacing, AC, and now, as we do see Dylan going and losing it through the corner.
I closed my eyes.
Yeah, very close moment there. It's commentator's curse 101, and we also see Kinyu Oosthuizen having the same problem. But how did the conversation arise? Was it just a trip at Carlonia and, hey, what are you doing on a weekend? What am I doing on a weekend? Let's go make a plan for a bit of fun on the weekend.
Yeah, so I've known Dylan a long time, him and the family, and I got him into ACC. This was his first season in RaceFace. He's teamed up with me, so we raced together on the Thursday evenings on RaceFace. And when the endurance came up, decided, you know what, we're going to give it a try. We're not the fastest, but it's all about learning and using this for track time and experience. That's how come we ended up teaming up for the endurance series.
Well, definitely a great combo being said. And now with 2 hours and 46 minutes to go, what's the game plan for Logistical Nightmare Racing to move the car up towards that top 15 again? You've reached it once before, you've had a few moments, but it's not completely said and done until the checkered flag comes down and you've put the car on the trailer. We know that from real world, we know that from sim. You never count on the last lap being the last lap. What is the game plan to move the BMW up to the top? And I mean, you're in the McDonald's livery. You've got to have a Happy Meal at the end of it.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We're thinking of changing the livery. we think the BMW wants to eat grass now. McDonald's, Big Mac burgers, beef burgers, cows. But yeah, no, we just want to be saving some tires. We got onto a new set of tires from the first stint. We didn't do a full 40 minutes. I think it was like 35. We went in for the damage. There's a glitch in the game. And we're using those tires and saving the last two for the last two stints of the race. So basically the last 2 hours or so, we should have some decent tires and be able to pull back some time.
And with that being said, before I let you go and have a chat to Dylan, I know you guys are working quite hard to make up a bit of time on the Extreme Sim Racing team, who is about 1 minute and 8 seconds up the road from you. Chris Kreff is behind the wheel for that 18th position. Anything you would like to say to the race fans out there that get to cheer you guys on, both at the real racetrack and at the sim, out in the world of ERA and at RaceFace.Pro?
No, just to say thanks for everyone for watching the stream, supporting us. And for those that are looking and wondering how to get involved, there are lots of ways. If you got a console, if you don't have PC, there is console available as well, which Logistical Nightmare is running. PC, there's RaceFace and ERA, and yeah, come join us. It's a lot of fun. It may not sound like it, but it is fun at the end of the day.
It's absolutely wonderful. And Donovan, thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to chatting to you towards the end of the race. When are you going to be back in the car, or is it now Dylan and racing the last 2 hours and 40 minutes while you enjoy your Happy Meal?
No, I'm stretching these old bones. I'll be back at the next stint.
Fair enough.
I'll do one more and then Dylan will take over. You know, as you get older, the joints get a bit slower.
Yes, I'm going to use that one. I'm most certainly going to use that one. Donovan, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to chatting to you a little bit later.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and you enjoy the rest of the race.
Donovan Layer, Logistical Nightmare Racing, having a solid time out there, and what a bit of fun. So, let's talk about what's happening and ask a few questions out in the world of the virtual grandstands. Wonderful to have you guys here out on ERA and on RaceFace.Pro. We got one of our questions coming in of what happened to Herman Wepner and why is the car lying in 11th position? Well, he was fighting out in the top 3 not so long ago. Fortunately, a bit of a mistake came in where one of our BMWs had a loss of control in front of him, and it was this one, Kenny Oosthuizen. He had the rear kick out underneath him, he slid, and unfortunately couldn't quite go anywhere, and got T-boned by Herman Wepner, who went into the side of him, completely smashing the front end of the Ferrari, turning it from a Labrador to a pug in one fell swoop. Herman, unfortunately, down the order into 11th position after limping the car back into pit lane, and now they're on a recovery drive, 6 seconds behind the ATS Motorsport McLaren, that has so far got Evandri Pretorius behind the wheel, and I hope that catches you up on what's happening. Unfortunately, there has been a little bit of server giving a bit of an issue, as we heard, but the drivers going and facing it, tackling it, and moving forward. They're not getting caught out on the run. So absolutely great running. But we have found out that Mr. Coetzee landing up disconnected. And oh my word, that is not what we want to hear and see. Unfortunately, we've got Coetzee out of the race, and hopefully we can get reconnected. And we'll be seeing if he can try and get that car back in. Fingers crossed. Coetzee, please let us know. We want to see you getting back into the car and heading back out onto the track. Devgrath now onto the back of Martin Spritzer as he's trying to make his way back up through the order. He's done a number of pit stops now. He has yet to change drivers. I think he's pulling a Jason Farmer right now, trying to go the long way route and see if he can be part of the show. But we do have also a new name coming in, and how I know it's a new name, for the Root Hyper Sports car. It's one that I can't really say, so I'm going to attempt it. And this is Jasa Brozovic going and moving up into 17th position for the Root Hyper Sports. So Brozovic hoping to keep on a little bit of pressure and see if he can catch up to Daniel Fabenda, who was part of the starting run. New name also jumping in is Francis Janssen van Vuren, who is in the RAV AMR out on the track. And it's going to be great to see how they move forward. On Spritzer runs out wide as Rath going and taking over that position. A quick flash of lights saying hello, hello, hello to David Rath. And on Spritzer not want to be caught out just as yet. Going to try and see if he can fish for the inside line as he attempts to do it. David Rath is able just to get going and seeing how he can move up through the order. I mean, this is turning into a race and a half for all our competitors and seeing where if they can move up through the order. Chris Kreeft trying to make up some time as well as he's in 18th position. They've been trying to get that car up through the order. They talked about an A team and a B team, and this goes to any of the teams. I'm putting it out there. There's the Track Tool team, there's the Extreme Sim Racing team, Griffin Sim Racing team. We always talk about A team, B team, or first team, first driver, second driver. I don't agree with that, and I'm gonna give it a bit of a hot take here, considering I've got a live mic. There isn't an A team and a B team, because by going and saying the juniors are B team, they're the ones that are still learning, they're down on the luck, they're not there to be fighting out. But I tend to go and say no to that. Here's my reasoning to it. If you go and say you're a B team, it's you're not as good as the person ahead of you. You got to work there. Where I think that's actually wrong. You're just as good as the cars ahead of you, the drivers ahead of you. You have got that little bit of way to grow and move forward. But by going and categorizing a B team and A team, you can also create a mentality that isn't as positive. It's, you're a B team. Okay, I'm a B team driver. You're a second driver. Okay, I'm a second driver. You start creating a hard mentality there. Some can push over that. Others make it a little bit difficult, and they can't. So I tend to say that you've got your sister car, your sister team. Not an A team and a B team. It's a sister team. It's the one that's with you. And that is my call out to it. So Mr. Kreeft, I know you're in the car now, so you can't argue with me. No. Touche. And you are trying to catch up to your sister car, which has got Herman Whitman behind the wheel, and your team is giving it everything it can. Because they're in the same race. And absolutely monstrous run. So it's good to be out there and having a bit of fun. Well, you talk about you can't name them the same name. Well, there's Track Tool Team, and there's Track Tool Team. Two sister teams, two different cars, two different colors. Same name. And we have seen with the Extreme Sim Racing team, they've got a little bit different. So they got the Extreme 60, also the Extreme Sim Racing team, and then they've got the Extreme Sim Racing Team Limited as their second car. So XTR Limited being the second name. So not putting a one and a 2 or an A and a B. That's how they're working around it, which is a little bit different. And I prefer to say it's your sister car. And definitely well worth the fun on that one. And wonderful to see so many drivers giving it the absolute best, as we see Daniel Fabenda unfortunately running into a few problems, and that is Wayne Nell now trying to move his way up through the order, currently holding on to 15th position, and where exactly they can move up the time. Don't worry, Matt. Don't worry, Matty. I feel for it. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful stuff. That being said, we've got some incredible drivers out on the track moving up through the order, and one of them actually now seeing a chance to get up into 21st position. This is BMW Endurance with Kino Oosthuizen behind the wheel, finally catching up to the Draper Racing Park Nissan GTR ahead of it, and this is Rian Lottrit behind the wheel at the moment, trying to carry on the momentum, the Draper Racing team. If it's the same Draper Racing team that I think it is, that races in the regional, the South African regional racing, and possibly in the South African nationals, it's good to see that it would be that Draper team. I'm going on a whim here that it is the same team that does race in real world sports as well as virtual. It's good to see them having a bit of fun in that Nissan GTR. Not an easy car to bring around the circuit. Some people absolutely swear by it, as we've heard. Others a little less so. They're not so happy with it. Clinton Strobel was behind the wheel. Now Rian Lottrit will be trying to see his way for the session. And if he's going to be able to move up through the order, ultimately it's going to be a tough time. And that is going to be a monster of a run. Absolutely great competitors fighting it out, but the one at the top of the board is one that didn't expect to be there. 7.5 seconds ahead of Jason Farmer. Jared Bakum, Jason Farmer, and likes of David Roth holds on to that third place. Now Roth trying to close up the gap and see where exactly is he going to be moving forward. And honestly, it's going to be a proper charge up through the order. Harris into the pits. Fedbender into the pits. Oosthuizen into the pits. As we see our next round of pit stops coming in. 2 hours and 35 minutes into this race. A 6-hour race here at Misano, with our track going and taking off a few people, as we have seen multiple competitors going out of the race due to technical difficulties. We started with 26 cars at the start of the race. Now we're down to 22 cars. 36 cars entered. Unfortunately, a number of drivers were not able to make it to the line, and will be watching from the sideline, supporting their friends and family out on the circuit, going and seeing what's going to be happening out there. But for those that want to catch up on what round 2 is going to be looking like, we've got Kyle Lamy on the 18th of July. A 6-hour round Kyle Lamy. You're more than welcome to come and join us here at the ERA and RaceFace.Pro Endurance. Our link is in the description where to join up on some good. And we do know that a couple of teams being a part of the show. We are getting yellow flags. So that's Chris Heineke and Dylan Prudgy that landed up in a bit of a problem. The BMW. And unfortunately, it looked like Heineke getting caught up into that little bit of an issue. And let's quickly go on board. We see Dylan Prudgy ahead, and that is also Michael Hassenbrook's Griffin Sim Racing team. So, what went wrong? Prudgy got it wrong on the outside and caught into the side of Chris Heineke. Unfortunately, thumped both drivers into the world and a little bit caught out there. So, not what they wanted to have. And Chris Heineke going and getting caught out. And that was a monstrous crash between them. So let's see what they can do to try and pick up the pieces of their race. Brozovic trying to keep ahead of Krief at the moment. Chris trying to close up at a rate of knots, doing everything he can to make it work, and does not want to become part of his own TikTok images and TikTok videos. Yeah, I'm definitely a boomer, guys. Going and talking about images instead of videos on TikTok. No, it's not even, it's called vertical shorts, isn't it? Come on, Stephen, get hip. Stop showing your age. No, you were born in the BC, you can try and be a little bit more towards it. Well, for Timothy Fullion, unfortunately making a mistake. He does wait out for the competitors to come on by. He was closing up onto Lottrit. Unfortunately, it didn't quite turn out to make that little bit of time and lost out that little bit of a run. Chris Krief trying to move up to the likes of Jasa Brozovic, who holds on to 16th position. The Ferrari trying to open up the gap. Jason Farmer, who currently lies in second place, is just up the road from them, trying to make his way back up through the order. And he's 5.7 seconds behind Jared Bakum, who holds on for Team Wolf and will be wanting to try and keep a solid run. So absolutely a huge amount of pushing coming in as Griff onto the back of Brozovic. Now the first time these two have ever crossed swords, and for Griff, he's trying to bring himself back in towards that top 15. He wants to try and get the team fighting towards the top. The question is he going to have that run at the moment, as Justin Brosvik, when he comes across the line, does his best lap time in his race, a 136.1 on that last lap. Kref down to a 135.6, not his personal best, but definitely a little bit quicker, but he still needs to try and get on by, as Brosvik's going to make it life a little bit more difficult and saying, nope, not going to happen. As we jump onto the rear wing, we can just see how close it's going to be for Kref to try and make it work, and right onto the back of them, they have got the McLaren of the ATS Motorsport, currently sitting in 9th position, coming by. Kref lets him clear through, and it's a big thank you coming in from Evandre Pretorius saying, well, that is exactly what I needed, thank you very much, and now can continue on the drive. The ATS Motorsport making their debut outing here in the world of endurance racing out of RaceFace.Pro and ERA, and it's good to see ATS Motorsport, a brand well known here in South Africa and in the rest of the world, but in ATS Motorsports here in South Africa, a proud sponsor with Dunlop, with multiple race series in national and local club racing as well, which is really good to see. And Andre Pretorius going and heading up that with Heinz Boss, and also we saw Jean-Jury Pretorius having a race a little bit earlier in the car. They are holding up for that top 10, which is absolutely a solid climb. And it's also bringing in that we're seeing a lot more of the real world mixing in with the sim world. If we talk about that, we go back to 2020, where the big boom happened, as Benjamin Till goes and makes a big boom into the pits and nearly catches the wall on the way through. Dr. Bean's not going to be too happy with that one, Benjamin. Got to hand over the car to Keegan Bowen, who will be jumping behind the wheel of that car. But we started to see the mix of drivers getting back into the world of sim racing that's been out of it for some time, and also for sponsors that are getting involved with it as well. We do see, unfortunately, one car parked off, and that was Brosvik, who is off into the dirt. So what on earth happened to Brosvik that got that Ferrari turned around? And we'll take a look off on our Helicam and see what exactly happened to the car. Trying to keep it going, late on the brakes, sings it into the right-hand side, and double right, all looking okay. Oh, the Ferrari just snapped to the right. He tried to pull it back. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Going and stopping off onto the outside of the circuit, gets himself going, waiting for the field to come on by, and gets going under his own steam. So drivers having a difficult time out there, trying to push themselves out a little bit further, seeing where exactly can they stay up in the order, and how far are they willing to go in this race. So we do see yet another retirement, the 777 going and having to retire due to a technical issue, and unfortunately that is one car that is missing out the run. Jason Farmer takes over the lead of the race. Let's go back to lap 1, turn 1, where Jason Farmer landed up with Johan Bego-Krobler going in through the door on him and throwing him down the order. Now Farmer has been on a climb back up slowly but surely to get himself back into the top 5 after being spiraled down the order into roughly 20th position, and had to try and slowly climb his way back. He now leads out the race with 2 hours and 27 minutes to go, solo driving this compared to some of these other competitors that are out on the circuit. David Roth, also a solo driver at the moment. I don't think he's going to be handing over to Christoph Peterson and Ernest Limburgs. I think it's going to be Roth all the way through to the end for Fear the Bones, and much like Jason Farmer, wants to try and really give it that little bit more of a run. Jared Bakum holding on for 3rd place. He's looking to try and get it sorted out, and he will be exiting pit lane, so he's going in for a double stint here. James Wheely diving into the pits for the Track Tool team. Martin Spritzer going to be seeing it. It's also Rian Lotrick who gets himself a drive-through penalty, and we see Wayne Jacobs coming into the pits as well. So Lotrick, unfortunately, drive-through penalty for track limits exceeded, costing him a bit of time, and we'll be thinking, okay, what do I need to do to try and open up the distance? Drivers from across the world here today racing out on circuit. One of them also coming all the way from India. This is the Kishore Kumar team, and the Manik Moses having a stellar run out there. Jason Farmer, you just see coming into the pits, getting himself going. A little Honda of Chris Maynard out onto the track as well for the Honda team Motul, trying to get their car up and going, being a part of the show. Wonderful to see so many drivers, each representing their different continent and being a part of this amazing race, this joint effort between two leagues on other sides of the planet, one based in Europe and one based in South Africa, with the same goal: keeping sim racing alive. Absolutely wonderful to see the drivers giving it that hard push. Now Farmer's into the pits. He loses out to David Roth, who retakes the lead of the race. Jared Bakun will be the next one hoping to get the run, as Farmer is rolling but not off the pit limiters yet. This is going to be close though, as Team Wolf Moscow are banking on a solid run up through the order, up into second place. Farmer is able to come off the button now and will be chasing at a rate of knots, hoping to close down the difference. And now it's 1.7 seconds separating second and third place. 28 seconds separate first to second, and it's still a race on. Chris Biermeister, after taking his first ever victory, his first ever podium last Sunday, is now on the back of Heinz Boss, who is making his first ever race debut. I stand to be corrected here at RaceFace.Pro, and most certainly has not been on a race with ERA. Heinz Boss really having a good time there and heading up the ATS Motorsport team right here in South Africa. Now going and duking it out yet again, and with a literally setting a 1.6 second going into 2 second gap, has got a solid run underneath him. He's going to be working on a solid charge at the moment, as we're going out live across the world to 2 different channels out on YouTube, and one going all the way to the world of ERA, Evolution Racing Academy, and the other going over to the beautiful world of RaceFace.Pro right here in South Africa. And a massive welcome to everyone joining us. If this is your first time joining us, welcome to the first ever endurance series for 2026 for both ERA and RaceFace.Pro. 6 rounds of racing and 36 teams entered. 26 teams started this race, but now we're down to 22, and it is 0.8 of a second separating our second and third places. Farmer and Jared Bakun fighting it out. Now, let's talk about this. Farmer has been in the car for quite some time, and he will be wanting to get past. However, has he worn himself out enough that Jared, who is fresh into the car, to go and try and see if he can get past him? It's going to be a tough race indeed, and I do think drivers have got a little bit of work ahead of them at the moment. Farmer trying to close up to the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport car ahead of him, and trying to make that Griffin Sim Racing team car up towards the top. Not the first time he's done solo runs like this, but has made it work in the past. As unfortunately, Francis Jans van Vuren down into 12th position. One day I've got to talk right, blah. Let's try and not have a stroke, smelling burnt toast, as they keep going. Unfortunately, we do have a retirement that brings us down to 21 cars. Lotrit back out on circuit, but will have a drive-through penalty, and that is a unfortunate run for him, as they will need to serve that drive-through penalty. It's costing him a little bit of time out on the circuit. 0.4 of a second going to Farmer and to Jared. Jared is not afraid to go into a fight, and he's not one to back down to Jason Farmer. He's proven that time and time again to go and fight it out, and he will be coached on by Johan Bego Grubler, that's going and telling him go to keep up the solid defense. And Henry Platt, who is no stranger to fighting out at the top, will also be giving a bit of crucial information as well, trying to keep involved in the fight, trying to talk to him on this incredible race, where likes of Jason Farmer will have a bit of a chat with his team, trying to see where exactly can they move forward and what can be done to stay at the sharp end of the field. Ultimately, it's going to come down to who has got the stamina to go that extra mile, who is willing to break that little bit later. And as we heard, drivers are making dead sure they don't burn through the tires quicker than they have planned, because that can absolutely decimate their race in a heartbeat. jump on the rear wing, checking the BMW M Motorsports on the back of the rear wing, and right there you can see the Griffin Sim Racing team onto the back of him, trying to push that a little bit more, looks towards the inside, braked a little bit earlier. Farmer trying to really lean on that right-hand side of Jarrett to see if he can force him off the apex. Jarrett runs out a bit wide. Farmer tried to have a look, unfortunately couldn't quite get it done, and now has to sit, waiting it out again. Once again, a hard push, but couldn't quite get that pass done and dusted. And we'll have to wait for the opportunity yet again to fall into favor. Farmer not wanting to lose out that drive, keeps the pressure on, looked around the outside. Jarrett holds the inside, swinging it through one into turn 2 as Jason Farmer had to come off the throttle there. Man, oh man, what a drive, what a run. And each of our drivers are trying to go that little bit further into the race. The question is, who has got that solid run up into the order? Who can push that a little bit further to see where exactly they score back on top? I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down to who is able to go that little bit further into the race. And now, also for Jared, he's a lot fresher behind the wheel versus the likes of Jason Farmer as they're navigating through traffic. Farmer, I think, is just trying to take things a little bit easier, doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to land up with a problem right now, and ultimately trying to push that a little bit harder, seeing where exactly can he stay in for the fight. Ultimately, it's going to come down to the wire. That is for certain between these two teams. No one wanting to give an inch, everyone wanting to go that extra mile. The question is, who's got that little bit more underneath them to keep in for the race? Farmer right onto the back, looks down the inside, understeers off, clips into the side of Jared McComb, who I'm sure is not going to be too handy with that little bit of a shoulder nudge off to the side. How's it doing? And now needing to retake that second place. Jason Farmer took the dive down the inside, locked up a little bit, had that little bit of understeer that crept in, and banged into the side of the BMW. Thankfully, both cars are able to get going, but now it's Jared's turn to go and play chase and catch up to Jason Farmer up ahead of him, who is now trying to open up the gap a little bit further. With 2 hours and 19 minutes to go, drivers thinking what can they do to go that extra mile, to really dig deep and really push as hard as possible. Lottrit into the pit, serving the drive-through penalty that he's been given. Unfortunately, for track cuts and track limits exceeded, has definitely taken the bite out of his run. Jason Farmer still holds the fastest lap time of the race with a 1:33.6. No one thus far has been able to beat it, but now we're starting to get towards the afternoon where things are cooling off. We've gone through the extreme amount of heat here at Misano out in Italy, and now we start looking towards how things cool down and make things a little bit easier out on the circuit. So, as we give it the final little bit of a charge, we're going to take a quick break, allowing voice to just rest slightly. We're going to keep on board with Cherry Coombe, who is still putting up a chase to Jason Farmer, holding on to the second place, and we will keep an eye on the racing. Don't go anywhere, folks. Right here at ERA, right here at RaceFace.Pro, go and let us know who you're supporting in this endurance race. Who do you feel is going to be able to walk away with a win? And with the racing thus far, been incredibly close, up and down through the order. Who of the cars do you feel might be able to take the championship? Well, we're going to find out in 2 hours and 17 minutes who's be able to move up through the order. Considering Keegan Bone has just done his personal best, he runs 6th. He's chasing down Christian Fingler, holding on to 5th place as Struble out on track now. Will be trying to make his way around towards the top. So folks, don't go anywhere. Grab something to drink and we'll see you momentarily. And we are back, folks, keeping an eye on all the action out on the circuit, but we've also got a guest joining us who has climbed out of the car, handing over the Ford Mustang to Keegan Bowen. Let's have a chat to Benjamin Till. Benjamin, welcome to the commentary box. Absolutely wonderful to have you here racing with us. And first question, why did you give a drive-through to Keegan Bowen? I mean, really, come on.
I didn't give him one, I gave him two.
Well, Benjamin, I mean, you joined in, Keegan started, you were the second stint. How was it out on the track there with people trying to get to grips under racing conditions and not as clumped up as like they were on the start, but now a little bit more broken up? And with drivers that you have raced with, going and racing here in South Africa with RaceFace.Pro, but also with ERA. I mean, these are drivers that you've been out on the track with, and even some that you've shared cars with, such as Jared Bekum and also Bego Kobler.
Yeah, I did one endurance series with those guys. They're very quick though, as you can see. So I decided to try with Ravenous, and yeah, it's been good. The track's been good, the drivers have been good, blue flags have been good. I haven't had any issues with them, so good day so far. Still 2 hours to go though.
Still plenty of time indeed. Now, with that being said, you've handed over the car to your teammates, so you're getting a bit of rest. But what is the game plan for the team now to keep moving forward? You guys have been slowly but surely working on getting that car into the top 5. You're lying in 6th place at the moment. Christian Fingler is your next one up the road that you're going for. What's the game plan for the team?
Well, keep it on the track. We are fighting we're on the limit of another drive-through, so we're fighting that. But if we can finish top 5, it would be amazing, especially in the Mustang. It's the only Mustang on the track, so we're trying to keep it up at the top there, if I'm not mistaken.
Fair enough, and we've got to ask, you are used to driving BMWs, Keegan's used to Aston Martins. What was the decision to go with a Ford Mustang GT3 to go into the series with? Now, we do know that Misano is not a circuit for the Ford Mustang, but the rest of the season, looking at it, we've got Kyalami coming up. We have got many other circuits, Kyalami, Bathurst, Nürburgring GP, and we've also going to be having a driver vote on those circuits as well, just to see where everything's going to fall in, who's going to be moving their way up through the order. I mean, what was the ideas going through of, let's take the Ford Mustang? Was it just out of losing a bet? Was it Dr. Bean's idea? Was it, was there a bit of logic put into it? What gave the idea of, we want to drive a Ford Mustang, which is completely different to what we usually drive?
We want to drive a Ford on Bathurst. Pretty much. That's
Okay.
pretty much what the thinking behind it. We want the Ford for Bathurst because the Aston doesn't do too well there, and the BM's not bad, but we decided to try the Mustang.
Can't go wrong with 2 extra cylinders underneath and no turbocharger to give you a bit of a run. That being said, now with the race heading into the last 2 hours and 4 minutes, when are you due back in the car, or is it see how things go from here? Because we know endurance racing, you start with a plan A, you throw away plan A, you then write up plan B. Before the ink is dried on plan B, you scrunch it up, you toss it away. Plan C was written by someone else 3 houses down, they gave you that and it's thrown away. Now you're on plan D that you're busy trying to write with your feet.
Yeah, so we are on plan D at the moment. It's Keegan, then I'm going to do a stint, and then Keegan's going to finish. That's the plan so far. That's what we're going to stick to, if it all goes well.
If it all goes well, that is always the saying. And for anyone that's never driven Misano before, what advice could you give to drivers and to aspiring drivers that are getting to watch the circuit, getting to watch the cars, and you're in one of the, I would say, more of the trickier cars to be in for the Ford Mustang, since it's not the most commonly picked. And I think it's one of the very few Ford Mustangs that's entered the entire season. How is it around the circuit? For 1, 2, what advice would you give to anyone wanting to race around the circuit? And 3, anything you would like to say to everyone out there in the virtual grandstands, both at ERA and at RaceFace.Pro, that's being streamed out simultaneously?
Well, first of all, the car, it is a bit sketchy, it's a bit twitchy. Misano's a tough track. Got to be smooth, your brake markers have to hit them, as any track. This one more so because of that fast right-hander, but an enjoyable track to drive. Once you've got it and you're flowing, then it's good. To all the people out there watching, thanks for coming. Please join the rest of the season, the rest of the endurance series. Come to most of the races, watch us. We enjoy doing it, we enjoy it when there's a crowd. It's really good. It's good fun.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Then I've got to ask, how's Dr. Bean? Has he been busy of late?
He's been busy. He's taken a bit of a back seat since we've joined Ravenous, because Keegan's taken over the reins now. So we just listen to him. You know, he gets a little bit touchy if you don't listen to him.
Okay.
So we put him in the corner and we let him out on race day.
Oh, okay, right. So to make sure the tires are okay. Get it right. That makes sense. Makes sense. Well, Benjamin, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you towards the end of the race. Good luck for your stint, and fingers crossed for the top 5. You're going to be taking on the Track Tool team with Christian Fengler behind the wheel of the Lamborghini at the moment. But looking at Keegan's last lap, 1:35.1, not too shabby, Nige, I would say.
Yeah, and nice to have you back, Steve.
Wonderful to be back. Benjamin, tell everybody from the Ravenous team out in the Ford Mustang having a huge amount of fun. And as we heard, he will be jumping in for one more stint after Keegan Bowen, and then they'll take it from there towards the final stint of Keegan going across the line. With 2 hours and 58 seconds left of this race, they've got to be a little bit more cautious, because while we were having a chat to Benjamin and a little bit of a hearty chat, well, Ruben Heineke from the Griffin Sim Racing team has decided to put his less than 2 cylinders compared to the V8, the turbocharged V6 Ferrari 296, onto the back and looking to force Keegan Bowen down into 7th position, knocking him even further out of that top 5 contention, and with 0.3 of a second between them. Chris Biermeister trying to also put up a chase. He's got Martin Rotenbacher just ahead of him. The BMW trying to keep it all together. And now we'll have some serious pressure on the cards. The Extreme Sim Racing team, slowly but surely, been going and improving. It'd be nice to have a chat to Herman Whitner and find out what his thoughts were after, well, having skid marks, I think, both in the race suit and also out on the track after seeing a BMW pointing in the wrong direction. He had nowhere to go for that one. But Ruben Heineke trying to have a go at Keegan Bowen, look for the inside line into the final corner, couldn't quite get the run. Keegan hoping to get a solid drive at the moment. Moved up from Pro-Am to Pro in the RaceFace.Pro Endurance Thursday series, the ACC GT3 series. He's now into Pro. He was a Pro-Am, now trying to take on the top. Ruben Heineke is not one to be caught out. Along with Chris Heineke, the Griffin Sim Racing team have been at the top of endurance racing here in RaceFace.Pro, and they've also represented South Africa over in ERA and many others. So the Griffin Sim Racing team are not ones to be forgotten in the world of racing. They've also raced against competitive fighters all over the world. Chris Biermeister trying to go around the outside of Yaku. Oh, a little bit of contact between the two, but it was due to understeer. Nothing more than that. I don't think it was anything to do. And at the moment, Yaku now trying to guard the line. Immediately went to the inside line, forcing Chris Biermeister to think, where can he get on by? Martin Rotenbach holding on to that top 10 and is going tooth and nail at the moment. Chris Biermeister trying to go and hunt his way past to get back into fighting contention. So always a close race out on circuit from all our drivers. Ulrich Diaga, and I'll ask the question, who's going to be at the front? Well, his first thing is Jason Farmer, number 1. Well, Jason Farmer is currently sitting 23 seconds behind David Roth at the moment. The two of them solo driving this at the moment. Third place is a team that has been swapping drivers, and that is Team Wolf and Moscow Motorsport in the BMW. Jared Bakum currently behind the wheel of that Modern Spritzer, going in, keeping Christian Fengler at bay. The Track Tool team running 4th and 5th consecutively. Keegan Bowen and Ren Heineke, they're fighting out for that last on the top 5, with Keegan Bowen unfortunately running out very, very wide. Ren Heineke snatches up that inside line, says thank you very much, and puts the car square in towards the front. Keegan now down into 7th position, having to play a little bit of catch-up with the Mustang. Didn't quite turn out to be his best run, but now has got to try and claw back that top 5 that they've been hunting for. Chris Biermester and Martin Rosenbach keeping close to one another, and Jan van der Schaaf, along with Wayne Nell, out in the only Audi R8 out on circuit, going and pushing a little bit harder. Van der Schaaf keeps the pressure on the back of them. They will see Modern Spritzer in the Track Tool team going and closing up behind. Will be wanting to clear on past this fighting duo as fast as possible. As he does get it, Van der Schaaf opens up that door, says thank you very much, you go through. Now you're going to be that little bit of a wrecking ball for me, because Wayne Nell will be see the blue flags. The Unity Esports will see the blue flags up in the air, think about it, going, okay, maybe I can let the leader through, but also can look on the relative and see Van der Schaaf is right there in the wings, waiting for an opportunity. So as it is a big look and go for Martin Spritzer to get that undercut done, was Wayne Nell, who kept his foot on the throttle to go immediately close the door afterwards to stop Van der Schaaf from getting any opportunity to come on by. So Van der Schaaf down into 16th position into the slipstream, pulling himself along, while Wayne Nell trying to keep himself going, solidly holding on to that 16th position. They 26 seconds ahead of the Root Hypersports team, with Chris Maynard to the Honda team, Motul right behind. Donovan Leia of the Driscoll Nightmare Racing team into the dirt, a little bit too much corner angle, and that unfortunately put him into the dirt. But the Draper Racing with Clinton Struble behind the wheel, and Timothy Villion of the VNO BMW Endurance holding on to 21st position. But going through our order with 1 hour and 55 minutes remaining, it is the Fear the Bones driver David Roth out in first place, with Griffin Sim Racing Pro driver of Jason Farmer. Jared Bakum for the Team Wolf Moscow Motorsport BMW holding on for 3rd. 4th is Track Tool Team BMW with Martin Spritzer behind the wheel. Christian Fengler joining him in the Track Tool team in 5th place in the Lamborghini. Ren Heineke for the Griffin Sim Racing holds on for 6th. 7th position is the Ravenous Motorsport Enduro with Keegan Bowen behind the wheel, now 2 seconds behind Heineke. Then we've got Gianluca Palmarosa holding on for the Midnight Racing Endurance. I will try get that darn surname right. Hell or high water, I've got to get it done. Heinz Bose holding on in that top 9 for the ATS Motorsport team. Good to see them out on track. Team HSC holds on to the top 10 with Martin Rotemer. Chris Biermester for the Extreme Sim Racing team holds on to 11th position. And the Manic Motorsports all the way out from India. Kishore Kumar and Sinkil. It's Cynthia Kumar holding on. I do think that's 2 drivers sharing that car, and the Kumar is the surname. It's good to have them out all the way from India joining us. Christian Zetzman holds on 13th with Michael Hassenbrook in 14th. Wayne Nell holding on for Unity Esports into that top 15 with Van der Schaaf for the Extreme Sim Racing Team Limited holding on 16th. Root Hypersports in 17th position with Honda Team Motul in 18th. The Driscoll Nightmare Racing followed by Draper Racing Arc, and rounding out the pack the VNO BMW Endurance going and making sure. I mean, this is turning into a race and a half. And Matty, yes, it is my favorite surname because I'm going to get that one right. And when I get it right, it's going to be good. Palmaruzza. Is that how you say it? Palmaruzza. I'm waiting for Matty to go and either have a laugh at me or it's going to be Palmaruzza. Let's see. Did I get it right? I'm going to attempt to do it. If I get it right, I'm going to give myself a chocolate milkshake. If I get it wrong, I'm going to put ice in the chocolate milkshake. Ooh, no, that's just a terrible thought. Don't do that. That's That is a... but do it more Italian. Well, then I need to do the hands of Italian, which is a little bit hard to do right now because I can only do the one hand. But yay! Thank you very much, Polmarotza. Going in and out on the track, which is great. Finally, got it right. Now I've got to try and get the Russian names right. I don't have to put ice in a milkshake and make it a tough one. Thank you very much, Matty. That's appreciate the assistance. I love to have it when the crowd gets involved, and that's always the best part. And out on the ERA, and we'll see how the guys go. Yes, no, that is ice in a milkshake is definitely one that is terrible for anything, and I found out there's some people that do like ice in a milkshake. One of them was Sturdy Stumpy, the bottle of Sturdy Stumpy, and you're putting ice into it. That was one of the comments that I have found out, and it's, to this day, it just sounds like a crime against humanity. Geneva Convention is desperately needed for anyone doing that. Chris Biermeister and Martin Rotenbach still keeping the fight in between one another. They do have Ruin Heineke going and closing up and trying to move up through the field. And these are going to be some incredible running from our competitors. And trying to push for that top 10. David Roth pulls into the pits and is now coming out, but it's not Roth behind the wheel anymore. For the first time, with an hour and 51 minutes remaining, Christoph Peterson gets behind the wheel of Fear the Bone. So, our defending champion in the Pro division here at RaceFace.Pro on Thursdays, Christoph Peterson, now behind the wheel, and is an 8-time champion in the ERA Sunday Championship, with losing out on Season 17 to the teammate that's also meant to be in this car, Ernest Limburgs, who is the defending champion for Season 18 right now, and they're going and moving everything they can. But great to see the drivers giving it everything they can to move up through the order, and now Peterson, for the first time, will be getting his eye into this race. He's raced with many of these competitors across the two different leagues, but now he's going to have to try and put it all together in the endurance race and not make a mistake, because Jared Beckham for the Team Wolf in Moscow, they've been on a solid drive. Jason Farmer, who has been in the car for a long time, has still managed to put in some great lap times. As Chris Biermeister, where on earth did he go? Spiraling into the dirt and got really out of shape. He was on the back of Martin Rotenbach and then looked like the car bit underneath him, and that unfortunately gone and caught him into a bit of a problem. And see what they can do to move up through the order. Not ideal on the running, but they're going to try and give it everything they can to close up the run. Now, Jason Farmer will get word that Christoph is on the grid. Jared Beckham will get word that 27 seconds behind him is Christoph Peterson. Christoph, now on the track for the very first time, has missed out the morning cold, the afternoon blazing sun, and now is going into the track cooling down with an hour and 49 minutes to go. He's got to try and close up that little bit of time. And also, Martin Spritzer trying to close up that time as well, trying to move up through the order. I mean, this is gonna be an incredible run, and where they can go up. Now, I do know there's a bit of questions coming in about how on earth do drivers do it. Well, when Jason Farmer, I've actually asked this very question to Jason Farmer once before, of doing a solo race, how on earth does he quickly run to relieve himself, bleed the brakes, and then get back in? Says there's two things. It's done in his pit stop, and he kind of gets into the mode where he switches it off. He just forgets about it and will only concentrate about it after the race. But has been done in by his own teammates once before, who decided to have a live microphone over the Discord and start pouring a glass of water, but managing just to lift the height of the bottle just up enough that you can hear the water coming out and splashing into the glass at the bottom, just to set him up once before, which landed up with Jason Farmer saying a few very interesting words that even a farmer would be going and saying, no, you don't, no, we don't do that. So there has been a bit of a setup before, but not going and utilizing what's currently done, where it's actually called condom catheters. That is utilized in the world of racing. And also, I know that back in Le Mans, they actually used proper catheters back in the 70s and 80s. So proper catheters, what you get in the hospital, they use that to make sure that the drivers can go that little bit longer in a race. And it made a bit of a tough time, that is for certain. Now, there is a bit of love coming out to this car right here, the VNO Motorsports team, and that is Timothy Fullion behind the wheel. And it's going to be a good one, because much like XOFizz out there saying it hasn't been the easiest of race, but hats off to the drivers getting this car across the line. And I have to admit, the VNO has been one of the cars that spent more time off circuit in the dirt, but has never given up. This is a BMW that has been involved in accidents, hit the wall, spun out, drive-throughs, stop-go 30 seconds, but is still out on track circulating. No matter what, they have not given up on the car, and they're seeing where they can get through to the end, much like the Draper Racing ARC. They've also haven't had the easiest of race. They are now 6 laps down on Donovan Layer for Logistical Nightmare Racing. They sitting in 20th position. The VNO sitting in 20th. They're on 135 laps. Strobel's sitting on 140 laps. They haven't given up. They are absolutely going as hard as they can and wearing their hearts on their sleeves right now. And as sim racers, this is what you can appreciate, because endurance racing is not only those that are the fastest, they are sticking out there and pushing. It's not about those that are fighting for the top 5, the top 10. It is all about just seeing it through to the end. You saw that green, you've got to see the checker. We do know of a couple of drivers that would have loved to have seen the end. Unfortunately, various issues going and landing up into a bit of a problem. The Bullocks official, the Bullocks racing team, having their computer overheat, physically give up the ghost, is the reason why they couldn't see that Nissan GTR through to the end. The PC decided it was going to harakiri itself, and that was it. But they're putting in the support, they're tuning in, they're out there on the virtual grandstands, and much like many of our drivers that had to retire their cars with various issues, they are out on the virtual grandstands, still supporting the drivers that are out circulating at the moment for round 1. And that is one thing I've got to say. I love the support out there. I love all the incredible competitors and everyone out in the virtual grandstands as well that gets put in that support. So it's always wonderful to see. So, if you could get one rule from racing, get rid of one rule from racing, what will it be? People that know the Koenig family, we've broken more rules than what we care to say, so maybe that's a loaded question. I'd love to answer it, but instead I actually want to ask that to you out in the virtual grandstand. What would be the rules that you look at and say doesn't quite make sense to have it around? I would have to say the moving over and letting guys through. That to me has always been one that's irked me from the start, purely because you got 3 corners to move over, otherwise you land up with a penalty. We know that from only one set of racing, and that is Formula 1. Formula 1 is the only one that does that rule change. Every other category in the world, DTM, Formula 4, Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 4, you go through everything. Formula 1's the only one that ran that rule and continues to run that rule. Where if you continue to hold your racing line and you hold the speed and you be predictable, it's up to the faster car to work their way around you. It's not a freebie, it's not a handout, and you're not compromising that person's race. So I personally feel that's the rule that needs to disappear. And yeah, be a part of it. That is the only one, and it's the only rule that I've been subjugated to that has cost a race. But thankfully here in ERA and at RaceFace.Pro, we don't have that rule, and will be the main thing for it. Maddie thinks speeding in pits shouldn't be a thing. Well, I mean, that's the one thing I have to admit, is speeding in the pits. I don't think we should get rid of that rule. It's there for safety reasons, and as a person that's gone through the pits a little too fast and hit the wall at Kyle Army in sim racing, I think maybe that rule needs to stick around for the safety of myself, not for the competitors around me. But in any case, it is absolutely great to see the drivers having a bit of fun out there. Also great to see our virtual grandstands, which are alive and well out on ERA, out on RaceFace. The guys are enjoying and having a ton of fun out on the circuit. And yeah, being a blue flag, it means a bit of a difficult one. And I think a lot of people tend to forget what it feels like to be in a blue flag, and that's why endurance racing like this is actually quite entertaining to be a part of, because it doesn't matter if you are the slowest or if you're the fastest. You have a chance to go and fight your way to the top. What I'd love to see in the world of sim racing to get brought in as something we have in real world endurance, real world sprint racing, is a performance of index coming into play. Now that would be an interesting run to have, because then it's not about who comes first, second or third only, it's also about who is the most consistent out on the track. And that to me is what sounds like a ton of fun. If you can work out who is the most consistent out on track as a performance index, we will see a vastly different field, because you might have that there's a couple of drivers moving forward that you don't expect to have. I mean, if you take a look at the likes of Kish Kumar, they've been consistently running 36.0, 35.5s. That's been the closest times in between, and that's what it's stabilized in between. Much like Christian Zetzman has had the same, really his times have been rather close. These are two drivers that aren't finding out for the podium, but they have been keeping their performance relatively on top of one another and seeing what they can do. And